Sound test, sound test. Myself, bro, another most amazing and wonderful day indeed. Much loves, many blessings. If you've been around, you know what we're up to. If you have not been around, then your mind's probably out there. Stay open, stay fresh. Welcome to another wonderful day. I could go into a lot of explanation of a lot of things, but we're going to go over blessings in ancient languages. So if it's your kind of thing, happy you're here. And if it's not, we'll see you over there. But regardless, I hope you have a wonderful day in which at some point you get to play. Circle now and conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gathered nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, and all together four as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and wand and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide, to rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their cause and cause, having their arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do his battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of Gwyn Vale, fight the blight that speed darkened night in our right. Zikia Kampaziana Kampazi, Dingetikia Kampazi, Ningetana Kampa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your heckle and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Renosi secure was on puto, right ahead, Hirusha, and Zusiruga, God, Kudishin, was more of the Ratuki, the Septos, I bid to keep sharpens and a amen. On Bashir Matesua, Kumbashumana is Varnuna, and Hatan Dumba Monshon Shong, Shanai, Tariasua, Commissionaya, and Trias, Engon Bramimbron, Chitrashi Patano, Suakum Chitrashi, Atraji, Baranas, Ruda, Kringondoni, Trong, Chong, Kring, Hong, Chong, Hong, Hayai Bisharamantaya Suakum, Hayava Shamanatayas, Zaha, Rimon, Hong, Onamakusana, Nombano, Namasamata, Pashanam, Uhay, Rodu, Lula, Ringon, Kong, Onangai, Maria, Suakum, Yanamayas, Hai, Wawi, Shringon, Kong, on Hiroshi Parai Suakum Joti, Chendogi Patiswa, Hanunina, Kringon Prongong, Shirichi Pati, Suakum Shisha Barata Yasva, logo, Hung Kang Napashano, Suakum Anakarti, Bubati Bubu Bear, Bort Bear, Bort, Baby Bubu Bear, Onkamen. Breno si secure was on Puto, right ahead, Hirusha, and Zusirukai, God, Kudijini was ma, after to give the sepatals, I be the two, Woody Shokins and Asaramen, Parashukushu Baru, Kilamaka Ball, Momo, Alabo, Pokogena, Rababo, Galana, Bareko, Shadabak, Sanabala, Sadaba, Frequent Belu, Mashanabo, Panu, Eugene, Canpan, Belu, Golo, Egarbadi, Shugila, Gobolo, Gilmama, Sugar, Luma, Babo, Maruka, Kugi, Mukampanam, Bakano, Zukin, Gibilano, Shumashana, Sotolim, Parmatatu, Zisi, Mashina, Arununa, Mangi, Mutuku, Rataki, Lugulugu, Sitor, Manikaiko, Zigot, Neniki, Peru, Kere, Natalaku, Baron, Kuku, Maskresana, Sagari, Mashti, Shadu, Malabaka, Gadarma, Rata Carboma, Tuku, Arak, Curios, Soroludu, Parmaskim, to do Derigo, Game, Lugadarmakio, Parutuku, Nara, Lugadarmakio, Pandropishu, Sarule, Munabara, Tatu, Sarima, Sekarado, Sulomon, and Tarabo, Bil Balang, Taramadu, Tuku, Mashti, Sore, Moshan, Subori, Mashros, Serapti, Kuba, Suzukan, Palo, the Boraking Bo, Erking Barati, Muaru, Pakuramu, Wam, Kashti. We are also Rolofres, whom is found perfect before the Nethnumid of Kamiel Shinyu. We had said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will. And the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even East also Lopus, the justified one. We are he who's clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nathanumidab coming out in you. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal Netanel coming out Shinju. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hudi making victorious assault over his enemies, on the night that of battle and of making the fettering of the Sabal, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of to making the stand, the Jed and Jed to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes is to Hudi. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Avarni tu. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all said our heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with heaven's plan, that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinematonket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also, Novus will confirm. Lady Iset and Nabi Sorabi, shining bright, support our Merkaba and build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will, as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikini nuuskiri staksare petu martikuli tukni ishli via lord measure can measure sara lusa yansi yemlar autor tumu chirisha isa yaga biesha jile jile pedu tierra laka isa yao woriega limo tukuna kimo kustri letili shami yena zumria isa yena zumria riega yena zumria biesha yena zumria silika yena zumria tubiera yena zumria laka yena zumria tatara yena zumria tatexi yena zumria takaruba yena zumria tasarnika nish mashkapulu tamatunu nish and keep belki mrilu tamatunu nish mashtu mashmashalani lu tamatunu nish ishbar kamekunu lu tamatunu yena zumria yutabrasama ya tuneni abaneni neni ba perik ba gabaez ba garbor agarbor ba garbaez ba garbaez ba agarbor ba garbaez ba perik beneni ba duneni ya garbor koryadin ba gorerin ba gore ya ki sakake ki azakuti ki soru ki ketulu ya Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkanaya Hrim Hrim Patvaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Em Vajravarkanaya Hrim Hrim Patvaha Om Shrim Hrim 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 Em Vajravarkanaya Hrim Hrim Patvaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Em Vajravarkanaya Hrim Hrim Patvaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Em Vajravarkanaya Hrim Hrim Patvaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Em Vajravarkanaya Hrim Hrim Patvaha Om Hrim 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 Em Vajravarkanaya Hrim Hrim Patvaha Anushib Gam Gibia Sush Kisha Ega Godasha Shara Marayet and Guru Kalamas Nikutin Karne Nabu Unix and Kukariasha Shukamu Kuku Siana Kampasi Kia Kampagalu Barana Tarbarala Shakbara Gigim Barala Lord Barat Lord Barat Maskim Bara Utu Bara Irpa Bara Latu Bara Lasu Bara Karu Baral Ruku barak golor baral elitu barau tu soledin azul ala soledin azul gigin soledin azul mula soledin azul ginting soledin azul maskin soledin azul bare edin azul sigan kapasi kir kampa munisik sigar bare naiki shashur kishun warma shasigar bare ye sigar shum nai si sharma sigar nam sa ye indore sharki ugu akbar lagu dianam deya sarasavi komana mani yavar tinariana sajishira Sani Vesa Keirvan Makalupuro, Vankariti Hari Haran Maya Babu, Sanka Karanam Skaran Mantra, Ram Mitra Yartama Home Rim Ravari Yatam Home Rum Soya Yartama Home Rim Pana Vetnam Home Ram Kakar Yanam Home Rapusendam Home Ram Karan Kabar Hariyanam Home Rim Marikarianam Home Marika Yartam Home Rim Savitra Namaha Om Ram Karyanam Home Paskaranamaha Om Ram Sri for Sori Yana Yanamaha Farasi Ayashas Namaskali and Yako from the Dina Presambala Biram Tesu Kaja Yarate Om Kring Monkerovas or Hong Kring Bong Shamashaka Shapi Akashapi Ayapisha Mushte Pistia Kimati Norku to Shila Limli Shuru Isurku ulala tuku epita shunu kima mena tuina tikili tu shunuli mutuma nakulu blugi shunulini shumanaku ordini shunuliki shurmanaku tari terama shaluti shakrishapi sharushi arpushu shurpi orki shurpuyushi dingerkoko shabakampabang kibigera gibilka shumani andulu shushishalani golyamari yarki gishpari yazi dinger kerakampa and Kimado Semitoki Shabu Banana Shamtamina, Kishpar Bagi Bil Bagi Arazi Kamak Kamat Nur, Shariul Kunushi Shariula, Kunushi Shariulini, Kunushi Shariuli, Kunushi Shariuli, that Kunushi Shariulini, Kunushi Shariulini, Kunushi Shariuli, Katin Kunushi Shariul, Daniel and Kunuli Kutina Zumlia, Utapra Sama, Agamasaratu is Masarati Sharmushi, Churu, Shishali Mutis, Anima, Waniga Rabuti Shima, Yata Bardi. Tina wakti lindo sikunushi wani mushiti ya Maserati bites Maserati waga Maserati gera valoni shimoshkori ya Maserati siki ya kampal para golon maski ya shata para Maserati bara Vishnu klimisnar verda mom sam kumberari karta mahadumu tap kumbera nebakoro de prompri vidatu bumi devia meton dumu tap no sekeru maria kina netep sarantari nekep tar sukuri de stepsan morsidi utuk suthara tata isana huami sanhari yartam haumami amdrai yartam hakopsnuf and rom tezazak doanaya metan kopsnuf nukseki sakina mzek senta kesuek saka kartek aranek abek tag na reset tefsaruna baik morkola kutulu tata lakang ni omra mandrinari yartam ha Umam Yamari Namaha Harapi Yarmo Mam Saratu Tarari Amatan Habi no Kapi Seki Sarunam Sex Tes Ektep Art Ekuinek Air the Eker Tana Nekep Yarta Mormatu Yanu Yanuleangi Nariki Raksasa Samraksasari Namaha Pamparunari Namaha Imset Paruna Umpatu Sirmalaria Metanim Set no Kimset Seki Sarunam Sex Saruna Peg Men September Tuni Pupera Mautul Rotas of Sittinger and Masidinger Kia Kamaza Pehu, Iomium by Order Namar Morsidi Morcola Bolu Mormatu sitting and Kamasidinger Kia Kampau Tusutorata Kutu Alaka, Azakuti Katakala Yanu Yandere and Isabel. Omrim Baramat, Namahar Paramuna, Bomahano, Mansaratu, to Sraya, Merankapranu, Capram, Capru, Capru, Devin Cabrasha, Capram, Malolu, Azakuti, Takara, Neshratin, Buma, Jotatu, Saramasata, Theomio, get the Tepsakis, Never Rutas, Mesu, Tornator. Om Hrim Hom Surya Yarnamha, Om Hrim Shrim Chandra Yarnamha, Om Aim Hrim Shrim Mangalari Yarnamha, Om Aim Shrim Bamburi Yarnamha, Om Aim Hrim Brahmaspata Yarnamha, Om Hrim Shrim Shukra Yarnamha, Om Hrim Shrim Shamchanadi Yarnamha, Om Aim Hrim Robert Namha, Om Aim Hrim Ketu Vertamha, Jakushu Samkar Shamkashya Peya Mahadari Yutim Samorim Salva Papagnam Pranator Smiti Vakaram Dadi Shankar Tushar Om Keshurot Radavas and Babam Namami Shisharnam so much more Mukor Kabush Darani Garbas Putam Vitu Karti Samaprabham Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamangalam Pranamaya Priyangu Kralika Sharamam Perna Pratimam Burham Somyam Somyam Kuno Petam Tampurham Pranamamiam Devaram Chari Shernam Sakurum Kanchana Sanibam Buri Butam Trilokesham Tamnamami Priyaspati Himakuntam Rena Lapam Deyanam Paramam Kurum Sarvasa Sapravataram Parkabam Pranamamiam Nelanjana Samopasam Ravi Putram Yamagarajam Chachariam Matarna Sambutam Tamnamami Sanaswara Mata Karya Mahaveryam Chandrandika Vimadaram Speaker Garbasam Butam Tamrahum Pranamamiam Palasa Pushpasam Karsham Taraka Grahamastakum Rorom Konkurum Tam Ketum Pranamami Home Umbramamura Tripona Kori Panusha Shvi Burmi Surta Burashal Burusha Shukra Shati Greu Ketu Sarva Grahama Super Paratam Kurume Shanti on board Omrata Vitor Variam Barkutubastia Dinmani no Prachur Hair Om Tata Swaha Horiam Tata Swaha Nanasin Yanamra Sitin Yarsin Yanana Basamagana Sakia Kampapa Magabati Yanana Kampa Mashrita Nanazia Kampaya Magia Sagastera Kiashtalo Koloj Nabo Guru Corios Morcorios Yastrotri Karku Yarsina Bos Mosir Fornis Kanpasa Sakashar Talas Kanpa Nebo Satanatus Kanpa Yagashia Sashi Yakulmani Yashia Markali Study Yagushia Yanana Yarneni Yasha Baba Marchacha Karneni Yaramilo Yakshish Shari Kanpa, Inana Siarma Kampa, Bisarma Kampa, Yaya Bay, Sura Lurki, Smashudu, 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 Yaduria, Zuruchi, Secret Maria, Yatarieti, 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 Patala Maria, Kanpazi, Dingaru, Yakanpazi, Dingarushu, Yakanpa, Zishtazira, Kuzi, Peru, Kanpa, Yashra, Kanpa, Yana, Gormastabaru, 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 Yarangorya, Yarasian Garkampa, Yarankari, Yangoria, Yarangiari, Yasin, Kerni, Yakanpa, Yakatala Makiata, Kampa, Marukumo Paru, Marukumo Paru, Marukumo Paru, Scali, Yardagia, Garia, Mababor, Nesia, Marutuku, Yatuku, Surim, Sugurim, Zarim, Zagarim, Manzana, Xana, Gara, Belu, Kuku, Nip Kamano, Yardu, Yadara, Yasi, Patu, Balgu, Balku, Perteriku, Bagakampa, Zag, Bazag, Baran, Noisali, and Ushud, Gam, Gisu, Abshu, Kisha, Giga, Godash, Yaramara, Yedin, Guru, Kalamasini, Kudingan, Naburu, Naxaniku, Gariashu, Shumur, Utu, Ushova, Genova, Gini, Precious, Lastro, Mamju, Joshua, Granato, Macroni, Prani, Devi, Vati, Prandi, Ranuvra, from Charasi, Vishvaharte. Devi Kariki Yadnai Namha Kariki Yadi Mahamaria Maharyogi Adeshwar Nam Kupsur Tam Devi Party Mekuru Ker Namaha Iseros Horos Tatediane Gada Demete Kali Nan Nagichi Marni to Gordon Vael Tono Bor Poswa Hot Has of It everybody Yambar Gudavasia Der Mahiti Dono Pratura Ipsos Ipsos Quanashunto Toro Ta Torora Taro Torora Roto Abrahadabra Gong Gung Gang 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 Ging Gang Gong Krong Kring Kung Bong Gong Gung Shin Ku Dong Gong Gong Dong Bong Malabaka Kedaglo Marata Kabora du Kakudamo Adu Kakudamo Sari Mashikaranu Kingu Baradi Moar Kingu Baradi Musuri Mashikaranu Adu Kakudamo Adu Kakudamo Lugadar Marata Korbo Malapaka Kedagadu Kakudamo Sari Mashikaranu Kingu Baradi Moadu Kakudamo Lugadar Marata Korbo Malapaka Kedag from Bakamia Shama Hansum Dim Pusi for Haramor Varu Kami Babaras Yono Sheri Arter Namaha Rim Hum Chong Chong Kong Kong Mahaku Jerry Gay Krom Shrim Chong Chong Krom Kujerika Krom Chong Chong Mamareya Hagri for Hana Korwasikun Horleum Shukraya Namaha Shrim Hrim Vastram Medehi Sukraya Svaha Kring Kali Svaha Sarvabi Samedehi Memahali Kernamha Sanking Jo Langtern Sun Chanching Jo Ulangtin Ju Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rame Mano Rame Sastur Tantatoyan Ram Nam Varanarne Om Vinaya Karya Namahoma Kanadaria Virarmahe Vakanturaria Dermahitano Danti Prachudayat Vakatunda Mahakarya Sori Koti Samaprava Neorikodam Kurume Deva Sarva Korye Shudsarvara Shri Guru Suraj Rajnish Manemo Pure Surha Parmuragu Barti Moja Sujur Aku Forchar Puri Tadu Jani Kusumiro Pavan Kumor Barburi Vidyada Ru Mohe Maharoku Kolesa Vikarje Harimian Gyan Sigarje Karpisti Loku Jarkaran to Dotali Badlama Jani Putabavan Namaha Vivaba Shurangi Kumartini Vorsu America Sangi Kajan Varovish Subesikaran Kundoku Chiki Sahot Vosro to Vorshe Border Odyssey Kante Morshare Source Jason Korsuvel Kusrin and Dantesh Top Mahajak Varandan Video Baran Gorniati Chartur Ram Kars Karibeku Prabhu Taritik Surbiku Rasya Rama Kansi Taman Basi Asri Guru Sharas Rush Rashnish Manemo Kursuro Ragu Party Mojas Surjo Jaku for Puchor for he in Tarun Chorni Kusumiro Pavankumor Borburhi Vidiato Humohi Rahu Koleso Vikorje Harmian Gangun Sigarje Karpisti Loku Jarkar Ram Tutatli Bardamanjani Printa Papan Surtam Hama Vikram Pajongi Kumartini Pars America San Vikanjan Vera Subesikaran Kudoku Jike so Havbosrudu Borje Beroje Korte Borni Jare Husorje Korsu Vakasnin and Dandish Perta Mahajag Vardan Yavan Guniati Chatoram Skarsh Karibe Kuator Produtori Desinabe Kurasia Ramlakan Manabas Yasukshma Ruptari Siarhi di Karwa Vikar Ruptari Lankojora Vadirama Ruptari Source and Hari Ramachandra Kikasan Varde Lari Sarji Valak Hanjia Sri Raguve Arashi Vari Ragubari in Hibarun Barai to Montpellier Parati Sambari Sahaspatan tomorrow Yashkarve Uskari Sri Pari Kandlakarve Sankari Prabari Burlesan Rat Sarahira Yesa Yam Kupor di Voljahan Ke Kavik Voika His Ke Karte tum Ukharsukraba Hinkerna Ramrayar Yeraj Pardena tomorrow Montravi Varshan Manalakas Warbari Yasub Jagjana Yub Sahasra Jojan Bar Parnu Lady Yupta Himarhor Forchanu Prabhu Mutrika Meri Murik Marhi Jalati Longi Garver Srajnar Hedorin Garm Keshagar Kejete Sugama Nugraha Tumretite Ramduare Tumra Verde War Nargiar Bidnu Pasarde Subskruahe Tumhar Saran Tumrakshar Skahuku Darna Apantes Mharupe Terhun Lokanker Tankan Pai Bud besachne karnar hina vema ver job narum surma ve nasro hare sampera japarna ran tar harnuman vera sankar se harnuman jurta ve man param vajan jan jul ve su por ram tapas ve raja kinke kar sakor tum sarja or marura jukor ve surhia mi japan por par ve charanyu partap tum hara har prasiri jar garu je ara sarusar care tum roakwarea sornekanan ram tu harea stasiri nabniti kerata dus vor jam janki mataram rasian tumhara pasasara rahura upari kerasa tumhara marjan ram kopave janam janam ke dogmas rave ant kara uver porjarie janam janam hari barka hari Orletaci na deri hanuman serhi sarve sukari Sankar karte mite sapir josmera hanuma paber jj aruman kosin pripkoru gur de piarna hinjo sorbor kare kur hi jorte hi parti mahasur kor hi jorgi apar de hanuman charlisen kor yeser hi sar hi gores tu sira sara hari chier korje das horari min dera pavorne sankan haran manggo morti ru pram lagan sita sahit horari es basa husu orbu O Maharaja Vajorji Savashar Vajahum Bambo, Dinesh Renam Cherin, He Variam Hog Namafu, O Mim Klim Shring Mim Glum Mim Namo Bhagavati Patali, Varihi Varumuki, Adantini Namarun Taruntini Nama Jamba Japini Nama Mohe Mohini Nama Samini Nama Sarva Dusa Pruja Sara Masarve Sam Sarva Varek Sirasa Chormukati Siwasan Banam Korokoro Sikram Pasyam Kum Taita Umasraya Pahat Swaha Ani mani mane mama ne shira sharita shami shabi taisana mukuda mukuda bi shabi shabi al shabi sobi shabi shaya gene sinti shabi dara ne oro kabashani ne vita bantara ne vita taran grashu dai kure yada yada shu ya sama sama bori bagi tre tarumari shir teso gene kushare basha shudai matara shara ro kishara shara shatai yara modo manene taya saramaka roki moki ada ne da de chene ti chi ari na di tona de ara no nabi kurabi akere kedadi sedadi metogi cukuri porushani hachi debi ruka tana kushere tana shurade hachi borasane surubata batani surubasho batani shubahabi shani sugini kiarani sugi hagera kedana sugara surubes shama randai surubasaru marserte surubasaru kyusharai togi rashene bikiri dai Anya manya mamane siri karite sama samita vesanta mukta tami sama jaya sai sire sente samite dadane galoki besere sani ni hidu amita dini vista betare parisuro kule mukure yarari parari sukansi sama bule berkiti dharma parikisite samkanya kurusan nekori baya besutoni mantro siata rutu slaya saya varta vakula pandura mani natai swaha shvala mahashvala upige jugu kumuku gyara vartano tano tabati tini vitini sitini natani natabari swaha Today, not today, not today, but not today, nari kunari swaha, gari kadali, matagu bukasi sakulu, pusali sisi swaha, mini, roha, stoy, swaha, Rana Pate, Dana Batani, Dana Kusala, the Sarada Pate, Pasari, Sabadani, Apatani, Sampatani, Samapadik City, Samaneka, Tarti, Tamapadik City, Sabasatu, Kuswar, Gatas, Immigrated out of Barte, Vartane, Vartalis, Waha. Sasikam Sahu, Wong Hong Chong, Ong Hong Chong, Ong Hong Chong, Ong Tong Gong Tong Gong Tong Gong Tong Gosh Law, Bumping So, Ong Gang Gang Glong Gong Gong Gisor Hung, Ong Gang Gong Gang Gong Kring Mong Kring Mong Hong Chom, Ong Hong Ching, Haring Ara Ring Gong Heru Wasor Hara, Hong Bam Dum Mong Grung Ring Glong, Ong Kong Ring Tong, Ong Grung Ring Glong, Ong Kong Ring Glong, Ong Kong Ring Glong, Ong Dong Ring Glong, Ong Blam Ring Blong, Ong Chong Ching Chong, Ong Kong Ring Glong, Ong Chong Ching Chong, Hung Kring Shing Hing, Wam Dum Chong Ching Chong Gong Gong So Hung Ching Gong Kring Gong Gong Ching, Haring Ara, Ong Heru Wasor, Bang King So, Ong Gong Dung. Danish no ora un paso datu fama shuku no ora max of Yahumo show no ora mamnas and baba tramira no ora umtate shaharo puku shusho no ora mamo sirayo pushi no ora buru kadali maragis wa buchin and bush no maramo by gabarnius ni say ruru is lose qualities of sulu panas or parstralnis wa ha short kanjis I both home loadings wa ha daisy she both home some jardas as wa ha tarabos namas matabaram kuro or by tadaninis wa ha senju and kanjis I both home Parashmanahi, Parukanshi Saboso, Mantur Baba Humpats Baha, Georgi Menkanshi Sabosu, Mahakuru Nakaris Baha, Jordai Kanji Sabosu, Karakori Kundis Baha, Noidin Kanji Sabosu, Parmesar Marais Walum Kungor Sata, Vashra Salva, Arhania, Bosu, the Shishu Vishayas Baha, Fusion Bosu, Samia Son Bojo, Bosu, Manamakana, Maroku, Bosu, Omatres Baha, Chizo Bosu, Maha, Mayas Baha, Chico Cord, Bosu, Namakasga Payo, Malika Malay Molis Baha, Nicolobos, Omni Totus Vaha, Colobos, Omcantrobaris Vaha, my own Amas Mataposanam, Canamrosanas, Vortaria, whom Tratham, Cosante, my home, son of nation, Bahum Chashra, whom Kundori, my home, after whom Fat, Taitoku, my home, Strikala, Rupa, whom comes Vaha, Concordiash, my home, Vashra Yaksa, whom I send my home, Maraga, Bashrosis, Vashar Satvashahum, Pamho, Kujaku, my home, Maror, Quantas Vaha, Solbo, Gojin, Komukabaya, Kabayas Vaha, Concorsam, Gungon, Pashrak, Sarajam, Svaha. Finishi doji omjanazi swaha jigokutram trasarara pramarana swaha so chotanam virupax yaksi patai swaha komokutram virupax anangi patai swaha tomotanam visrovani swaha bensaitinam sarasvati swaha taikokutram mahakarari swaha kichi jotram mahashiri swaha kari taimon durumari harite swaha taikini tenomri swaha marishita nomarisi swaha taishomki tenomri kaum swaha Om Brahma Harnam Sahari Brahmin Patanom Veramani Vermahe Haranya Garbaria de Mahitano Brahma Prachudaya Om Chotorum Kariyat bin Maha Hamasro Daria de Mahitano Brahma Prachudaya Romain Cream Shrim Cream Salsa Chikam Brahma Om Brahma Jajanam Prasarmam Purushat Vihi Mara Purusho Vinavaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Maswara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Prashmeshri Kurve Namaha Usaknat head Venti am kai bit no horror already af him ket na bolsa kusu tu ne sorti half pasti tara tui or nem snap or lem besegen am hart kan mi sorti tu tor mete bartu for ru kan music keru ne kermeti am de pepsra keru ne veru se kriu ne bagoi ne pretem tim se pu ari am baba utur hi ne heb kosh ne hem ne first or tap on it hit char bu trom prem tor si florini and ready vinge turping in remota magi se per vego tor duri tormeni adon boskil skor vi går fin vergelijk voor de wordt in vergera vrij werk verter kios wit en gesi kraaf leg sveep daar per boter brand viot go frovi wat ik Gorbis Carvier Sergi Radio Volsongskjord Verleefskjord Dongskjord Visser Mingern Wings Funeral for the Ranning Korin Colin Cousin Kudoski or maybe Friendly Sweetars wie Dear wie Trier York Fjord near Heavier near Swogun Trophy Home to Motrus Dear Hiri Siri Liep hier Gior Mespir Nipple Home and Pico getting away Bimerio Gormier Slapnier Durum Bori bor bestor din ville ve bor morgen om belgia meu svi vestri nudri sudri nikura satur norfi night an klori oto dori orta linger ser derskin vaxi vaxi mini ferri Luna soldor bakkos vin bir jorki per kier ser mio per fin skor horti horton vin sin or ni diori et bor grad shaping kort mot sorgetory nine near di nudri sudri usri tro vorlin nord nine neer in den bifur for bomber nori ori nord hoid morvi neer vi go no fin of dorin vi for in valley tour troin tekeli vir naar gradsvin trap neer dolsvori voor story herli kooi Ori do van Vori die Vili Wars hier over hier vier keer scorpionai voor zien die erkens jaar die boefels die vind die Noria daar is hier weer dan die scorpion de berget neer heen bij de goos spelen scherp herschrijf hier de jafrem kandeling ben blind handlings vast voor was weg ver only wens wo was Sarah's neer team free lord Avinaya Paraya Vishnu Maria Marna Samaria Visariyama Gorasnaram Bhutadaryam Vistararya Dhararya Samsara Sagar Tatradi Vyar Hurnimakarande Parimala Pariborgaskarde Suri Partipara Verde Baba Paria Chierte Vande Sardiapi Berapagarde Natatava Hamnan Mamartinas Vam Samudro hitaranga kavakarna samudruna taranga utirna narga vienar nurja danu jakula mirtra mitrasa sem droste bavarti narbavarti kim bavarti raskara mansparti opiravat rai Ravatara varta sarta vasurdam parmesvara palifali upavarta Baba Pito Hamda Mudara Guna Mandira Sundara Vardan Rivra Virnda Govinda Bajala Dima Farmandara Paramandara Ma Parayarvam Menari Yanakarun Maria Sarara Namkaravani the Vorgo Coronori Tisarpari Maria Varavasa Roje Saravasar Tuiti Srimat Paramaham Sapari Vrajakarasya Sri Govinda Bharga Varpurja Parasyarsya Srimachaka Rabhagavarta Kortosar Paristutram Sampurnam Kubarodhananda Srida Raja Rajurana Suvara Dana Lashmi Priya Tanmudana Dario Dani Kubriya Daxinyu Danam Rai Rarta Dayar Varanto dari Vrata Divira Sana Sampanun Dinatir Jara Rasarka Danya Lashmi Samaraju Daya Lashmi Virajita Daya Rupo Dharmapuri Dharma Samna Sanu Sarga Niris Varu Nira Lambo Niri Nampari Palakani Yartagini Gunagara Niskarbu Nerubarava Navarraga Samarajus Navasarka Pravartaka Maniaske Tortisa Mahogurangana Vita Yarshniko Yashrasakta Yarshambur Yashar Sarkia Sarashakarandur Mardi Soran Jargo Rajar Purjer Tabisi Trapasa Tresarkia Viyarka Marna Marnasa Vishayo Vimalo Vandio Vandulu Janavasala Verupa Sapriyatarmo Perraki Visvator Burka Sabya Vyarto Saranada Sarvas Sakti Samanvirta Samandan Rata Sarmya Sarvadarni Vraka Supriti Sulava Somo Solva Karyar Duranda Rartra Samagarna Priya Saksar Vevar Vasuri Berajita Svahana Samprito Akilanda Pravortarka Vyorkana Sampritam Torsvardana Priya Lakam Paramasvarsi Ahankara Vivi Virjitu Darbia Dur Dharma Verabavo Navara Harna Kinoreso Vesarvana Kaka Pravartarka Asalakshma Sauravyuta Veyarto Mala Vikraha Lukarajo Lukupalu Lukuvaryu Sulaksana Sulava Surbarga Surulur Sunkaran Dartia Priya Santa Sural Kurupera Susvarto Surnana Ivarkaha Sarvaga Morsho Sumarti Sorvarte Varga Narkarka Sankan hastar daras remam param jorati para para samarikura parna saron yodena barsala paro barkake paparna tarundi yarsanar nipha danta sarva koro perta surendra samvevar vabis varkyo beta paria arata tat xior diarta prata kale porthet sutram suser burve dene tena prano di brusa sriam devendra sarni bham iti sri kuber sutram om yacharayar kuberarya vaisravanarya daratarya dipadaya daratanya samri teriner dejita parya swaha om shrim hrim vaisvararya namaha om hrim kuberaya shalashmi mama kriya danam pararya namaha om hrim lakshmi hrim saha swaha om hrim yakshari yakuberaya vishravanarya dana karshararya sarvaloka vasikararya dana tarnya adipatarya dana tarnya samrudya merdehi tapalya swaha om hrim shrim kuberaya namaha om akshar rajarya virmarya alikadesarya dharmahi tarakuberya prachurayar Zikia Kampasi, Ana Kampasi, Dingerki Kampasi, Dingerana Kampasi, Gugi Magampra, Zikia Kampasi, Ana Kampasi, Zikia Kampasi, Ana Kampasi, Dingerki Kampasi, Dingerana Kampa, Kakumosh Persona, Zikia Kampasi, Ana Kampasi, Zikia Kampasi, Ana Kampa, Zidingerki Kampasi, Dingerana Kampa, Lugola, the board, I can go, Zikia Kampasi, Ana Kampa. Om Namo Hum Tradkararanu Sumbaru Mugagat Matraya Sorbane Rosani Samantha Brahma Saraswati Shara Rupa Shiva Vishnu Vyaravi Tukarampi Om Sorbane Sorba Hum Jashva Bajra Hum Pat Om Shrim Hring Hring Glom Karapataya Varabara Sharvash Jaran Majane Vashanani Yeswaha Tat Porshari Yevermahe Vakratudari Adir Mahitano Dandi Prajure Om Shanti Om Kanari Yaksayarama Om Kapartari Yadnama Om Lambu Yartamaha Om Hring Kring Hring Om Karatari Avedar Maria Vagrundari Adi Mahitanun Dandi Prachudayat Om Shring Hring Kring Du Shwala Shulili Yasha Yasha Mana Yasha Sarvasatrum Samhara Samharakshya Malabam Kuru Kuru Dushkla Hamum Patsvaha Runam Kuruna Taranki Takshim Dutatvishanku Shapash Babara Chapamari Pira Bruta Maikara Hameria Babaria Babartim Shri Marashri Maharani Shri Marsina Shanes Bharati Chitani Kuda Sumbuti Devakoria Surajura Oria Baru Sahasra Chara Baru Samavitas Ragas Baru Papajaria Kura Rekono Kushush Valoromeku Pekshu Kodana Pachatan Matra Sayakani Jarona Prapapura Maja Pramharanda Mandala Champaka Shoka Pornaga Sorikanti Kalasika Chakro Vida Manashanin Kanakotera Matita Shtami River Stali Kistana Shoti the Muka from the Kurunka Paramruka Narti Vishishaka Paranas Maramangali Yakulato Ranchali Lakshmi Pariva Jalan Minampa Luchana Nava Champaka Push Barba Nasatana Veraji Dedicati Tedescari Nasabarana Basura Kanamba Manjari Klupa Karapura Mano Hada Tekaka Yukali Buta Tapano Dupa Mandala Parma Dragashila Dashi Paripavi Couple of Bo Nava Truma Pambashin Nayakari Dadana Jarha Veniogomas Sindi Putrakamatsuski Siapa Pramar Si Pratichanda Srindi Putraka Devata Umbisham Swaha Sakti Farkilakam Srindi Putraka Prika Taram Chapet Veniogaria Sari Nasa Kasiapa Pramar Raser Tamahasarasi Pratichanda Sanamahamuke Sri Putraka Devata Yanamari Umbishari Yanama Kuyeswa Sakari Yatama Pari Fakala Kari Yatama Aboveni Yartama Osamangi Diari Sari Neas Kromagusi Namariti Ring Tajari Biam Namaharam Mampadiya Biam Namaha Amanamika Biam Namaharim Kanistia Biam Nama Konkrekata Plastapiam Namahe Iri Karatnia Sekromadi Namaharim Supesisaras Bam Sikai Pasaram Kavakai Hum Nimutri Posot Chromosolia Patiti Senangini Subofusroni Alti Devi Mokatanam Depatrima David Yaskaris Faripini divided Divide Barasum Jumim Bumpy Yamika Kanam Smart Pamangama Kasamika Papisha Pisamiam by Paramika Yam Kurapiam Ranamika Nanmika Yam Deplam the San Nipamam Tarmika Yam Traman Viatium Nivariamism Swamiki Subu Karapajam Sumar Pamisha Pamara Mama Troma Mama Saba Matra Faru Pinica the Border Sali Yasas Lasmani Sidi the Baba Guru Mantrom Primsida Guru Presido Trimata Sri Petria Mantrom Kromum Torge Rime Yapase Rimdum Gorgam Kromum Paspa Sadangani as Kromadaya Namaha Rim Sipasis Rasis Vam Sekai Basram Kavakayum Tri Basor Kromas Rapidity Sananginis Buffs Romier Devi Muganum Tipetre Madevri Adiscaris for the Pini Departed Divide Barasum Chumi on Pangapujam Pizay Manke Ganam Smart Pamangama Samiki Pishpam Yam Baramika Itumam Krapi Pramikram Yamiki Ram the Sami Pamantan Mika Yam Traman Neverium Nivar Yamisum Swamikis Boka Parapijam Smart Pami Smart Param Yetikil 3 Ram Grass Makarabam Japam City Babatu Medevi Prasana Mister Japamatala Mama Tram Male Savada Vama Predi Subabam Sabum Korusi Badroya Soferam Kadehiom Timsidia Namaha Ingin Selgani no Naja Kores or the Opera Jor Hotel Rose or the Matri Sky New Dorme or Master Skip up an Cage Picalo Herkarkan Der Merico Mekni Mogoheim Dele Verliu Vitor Vertor Force Spear Chef for was force of Monk Egmont Jognor of Portna Bos Porto Mek Porta or Bu Neor Mac Haimani or Verpi McVem Ren Fear no more Nervan or Boss or the Borsia Mer Big B Bosses under Nasier Nes Volor near Jog Pons Nevar in open mean Papas Gurun Guiden Grass Vergi Boris Sirnia Borsbom of the upper pairs up me Ford Mount Ranch Corpus or Scales or Lena Salor Sterna Barbos Gron Lukis or Borbs or then sending Marla and the or crew home Mensch or Bus or Navy Sea of Orsali or T Marni Navy Sea Habar Megan's artistos no Navy Sea of Warsaw Pigetten Quinjin Quill or Stoliking on Copa Park Getux no con John no con or go Morgin hetua Jan Dankardono Koptan Korometel Job hetur Sarabel vid Bors Hong Kong Dom Blumbo Apollo Blue O Smri Bobo at Etal Wu Matangas Corpo Torgo Bruta Flui Torni Tirvo Gru Vor Brain Better Gis Votor Guri Uns Bear Bormo Borsa Merjor Mor Cor Morch or Jotunheiming Gin Ringin Quill or Strolling Kompoport Ketux Heverskeri Furgo Jotovski Jor Brames Brokli Ogor Blains Legium Monsieur or Vor Brain Bogo Roy Dorino Nor Bergen Licken Mokom Gor Blue Gori Jo Brucium Dorin Zagbi Fon Wo Belgori Bobikin Van Niores Bosir Tier Mes or Vorgi Better Bosmok Nul Bolongor Hefa Ern Noredi Kolok Kolum Bernam Ablem Yavruars Frendun Ladgio Lumbium Res Prepter Win Mordin Bresa Mero Uka Treda Batar Tuk Mogo Chela Pera Bix of Nix that te run tenet torn Bergete run over and then at Dalm Elephant Wind Versin Wind Wars Ring War for Ring War So Sereta Sarfir to Fear Lechlin Mone Grumble Loon Comport, alla Wind Versin Den Wars or Ring War for Ring War Sereta Sarfir to Fear Lechlin Mone Bloom. Oros voi oros guerlaveris orvicul what were prayed out wir orosi oros corruption difficilia turus tot forum prenis nusit printus cores viandes lonturles ipsiet corniente menus pensar visis der narvis cores non difficilia ser impossible pas investigar de dominatus omnipotens rex arcernet apenos dominatorium in quaes manu omnes victori constitutum nebulum contritor pro copreus mirvisio veruntum femins tom vol posero dolo teturis mavicentis arberin arberin macum sexorum in versum mortum oparum daenat abolum in corintrum triconis niti mortu turnin turor cripti mongo cervena certrumo coso moxam sumo uso Rashamo osa neon truco vaspet voda schwerden v ossicumus lanimo shiriti cunus alsi cumusirtium qualoptum cutum plumosi varitum cablitum nabritum ashashu kashap tu ukashi arparni elini tumu berani Eli Yau Ishtari Yau Sisu Eli Yau Eli Meri Amru Sarah Kui Mdikula Selalu Musyawarah Kui Martarna Alupi Yau Purtiti Yau Prosur Mema Shriti Yau Ormartu Yalili Nubu Ziardoti Ziarditi Zisari Melani Raputi Shima Arda Arbardi Dini Dina Lati Limda Pusa Wankar Shartia Karshartia Shayabishia Umeshreb Shirti Yau Isma Sarati Sharmushuli Shuru Rushishalimuti Fishilu Zauli Sharmushua Lu Dabdu Shari Kuhu Armadali Murtia Kimaza Uli Tarturk Sharni Pushu Kishpi Kimaza Dili Sharni Kyoshurusha Kurturu Bishur Shar Zulu Kalmatusha Ma Serina Kibirik Guru yang paling Musyaratrum serta Miyar Napagri Takira Dupira Semani Ya Napagri Takira Dupira Semani Ya Yeti Pagri Tushni Ladu Pira Semani ini Shdi Pagri Tushni Ladu Pira Semani Ya Kimax Pagri Tapkira Dupira Semani Ya na kulkulari Tapkira Dupira Semani Ya Inai Kari Taksa Dupira Semani Ya Ina Supari Tushni Ladu Pira Semani Ya Ina Bisha Dori Taksa Dupira Semani Ya na Gishpar Tapkira Dupira Zidinganingian Compasiringanian Compasiring in Lole Compasiring Karen Lulan and Compasiring in Kurkoran and Compasiring in Kurkoran and Compasiring and Dar Shoring Kapa Siringanin Dar Shorima Compasiring in Dula Saka Compasiting in Dula Saka Compasiting Karin Dula Compasiting Kanin Dela Compa Siringana Meshara Compasiting Karen Meshara Compasiting Kanin Martin Kerlen Lila Kekampa Siningani nama artingani lola ke kampa siningen siski gishmar sagbar dari dar bola ya makan pa sininger bar bola gorda korun ger ya nega kampa sininger ini di karani di kara nurna ya sagun kata kar ne kampa sininger na kampa sininger dia kampa sininger rugi kampa sininger na buk kampa sininger di gishta kampa sininger shoma shudu kampa sininger kor kampa sininger madu kampa sininger ini pintor kampa siningerigi kampa siningerano naki kampa siningerin lelali kor koregi kampa siningeni lelain koregi kampa siningeni bebila shoregi kampa siningeni ni koragi gishi an baparagi kampa siningeran nona dingker kolenegi kampa sikakaramu urug sulala surkitim sulmula surdingker surmaskim susian kampa sikia kampa siningeni lelali koregi kampa siringani lelani korkodere kapa siringani ni bela shore ke kapa siringani ni korkodere kapa siringara nona tingker kolenere kapa siringara nona kapa siringar kia kapa papa ratatar te mardarata papa ratatar te kikier nerda sagara sagbi morna te namtar ke sagara serbi morna te urtug surpur bi morna te rala surkor bi morna te kierdim Zuri bimurnar tergalazu karbimurnar terdinker sur kerbimurnar terimenar dianetas biar bar the biarish karsharti arti marmuka shartu shatoriutani Om Hayagri Variyat Namahom Mahavisnar Ver Namahom Kesavariyat Namahom Arushudariyat Namahom Govindariyat Namahom Ponda Keksariyat Namah Om Visnar Ver Namahom Visvambarariyat Namahom Harariyat Namahom Ariyat Namahom Sarvagasariyat Namah Om Sarvadarariyat Om Sanatanariyat Namahom Neradarariyat Namahom Nerakarariyat Namahom Nerasarariyat Namahom Neruparavariyat Namah Om Neranjarariyat Namahom Niskalankariyat Namahom Neraptarariyat Namahom Neramariyat Namahom Om Siranamariyat Namahom Saksena Namahom Saraniyat Namah Om Savaraya Karya Namahom Srimate Namahom Lokatrisariyat Namahom Sivariyat Namahom Sarvasvata Pradariyat Namahom Veravaraharte Namah Om Veradariyat Namahom Veravariyat Namahom Paratanariyat Namahom Parnariyat Namahom Pariyatre Namahom Punaniyat Namah Om Pinikataria Namahom Parapariyat Namahom Paramani Namahom Parasmart Namahom Parasarya Namahom Parikarya Namah Om Parariya Namahom Sarveda Marikarya Namahom Veruser Namah Vera Verika Parakaraya Namah Sakalo Parisveraya Namah Niskalaya Namah Sabaskar Kre Namaha Askala Marjar Mudra Yuktastarya Namah Vara Padaria Namah Paranar Parusariya Namah Sarsariya Namah Saranyaya Namah Paramesvararia Namah Sataria Namah Dandaria Namah Jidukrataria Namah Jidamitraria Namah Jagamariya Namah Jaya Martarhariya Namah Jivaria Namah Jayadaria Namah Jaya Sanaria Namah Japapriya Namah Japastudia Namah Japakarte Namah Prekarte Namah Vivarde Namah Vimalia Namah Visvaruparia Namah Visvagotra Namah Virustaria Namah Virham Nusvam Studia Namah Sati Daya Namah Sati Kararia Namah Sraya Pradaria Namah Surti Maria Namah Sraya Sarampadaria Namah Visvararia Namah Sutaria Namah Marantara Ruparia Namah Pranataria Namah Pritapataria Namah Bhattaria Namah Bhattaruparia Namah Sarvarsaserta Namah Tamahararia Namah Janaksaria Namah Janine Namah Purna Kadra Sampraparia Namah Janadaria Namah Bhattaparia Namah Yogine Namah Yogisaria Namah Sarvakamartaria Namah Mahari Yogine Namah Mahomerne Namah Manasaria Namah Sri Sam Namah Mahamsaria Namah Brahmahamasariya Namah Viskutre Namah Viraja Namah Surasvarti Kanaskar Siar Namah Jatamadala Smurtaria Namah Mariman Hartitaria Namah Sarvika Svarasvararia Namah Pranavorikita Ruparia Namah Verharkar Narmakarte Namah Itisri Hayagriva Stotara Santan Namavali Manataria Namo Madasaria Namo Magadaria Namo Mukulibikararia Namo Madavimikararia Namo Manasataria Namo Umarabantaria Namo Vinokuraparia Namo Vishnu Prayaria Namo Parastradiaya Namo Paratamaria Namo Visdamaria Namo Cesaria Namo Satrusutaria Nama Umasapana Menti Taria Namo Mabkrandu Darine Namo Mamiti Kararia Namo Makarapasaparia Nama Marha Pastu Yayar Namo Makaruparia Namo Valaya Namo Vasukaria Namo Varaparia Karia Nama Varakararia Namo Vam Savarania Namo Vasufa Sarvanania Namo Varapasitaria Nama Vipar Saradine Namo Vatikamane Yar Namo Tamoru Paria Namo Dapikararia Namo Jarindararia Namo Kasapatabajaria Nama Kalaru Paria Namo Yuganata Paria Namo Yuganararia Namo Yasupataria Namo Damakatraria Namo Kesaviaria Nama Visvabararia Namo Sakapararia Namo Sakapararia Nama Sabupriya Namo Saranaria Namo Prakasarasa Namo Parpasararia Namo Pramadaria Namo Prakadaria Namo Prakadaria Namo Yavasaya Namo Praskaria Nama Basurasa Namo Pavratania Namo Basararia Namo Tasakaria Nama Lokarisariya Namo Sivariya Namo Parabariya Namo Punaria Namo Punyaya Namo Punya Kataria Namo Parasariya Namo Parikaria Namo Niskalaria Namo Parapararia Namo Kartikotikaria Namo Sarsaria Namo Santaria Namo Tataria Namo Adiga Manania Namaha Savapujaya Namo Savakararia Namo Nerisaya Namo Nerajanaria Namo Vataria Namo Saranyaya Namo Savaraya Karia Namo Chanachaya Namo Vactaria Namo Vactaruparia Namo Tamahararia Namo Visvararia Namo Kalararia Namaha Palaria Namo Brahmakarine Namo Sakarakaria Namo Jirokararia Namo Jivaria Namo Jadaria Namo Japapriya Namaha Visvaruparia Namo Virustaria Namo Viram Stutia Namaha Saraya Pradaria Namo Pradaria Namo Vishnu Toparia Namo Taria Namo Tararia Namo Nagastraria Namo Nagapusaria Namo Bujgaria Namo Bayoruparia Namo Sarisapaya Namo Sakaruparia Namo Karu Vishnu Putaria Namaha Omara Pitikaria Namom Sisuna Prania Karia Namahom Parina Vibusaria Namom Nagidraya Nama Iti Sri Nagadevata Sotara Satan Namavali Neshokos Tenos Oculus Mihi Farsienta Gnos Gorum Bernen Kanselip Tu Charkard Mosul Lord Shinshul Achisin Krite Ansmurat Yerstier Yerngada Brosser Vesentru Gurtierte Suorster Orner Manatol Mercer Spiorde Nerman Terne Format Terne Format Jishul tu la breidvel tu smörtjärtekel de tuon kryu a gardu dolnanta terra marksan spjornerum Marduk Der Tron Sorn Gurn Rub deren Taben Ronjen Jong Gurn Bernard Tjerde Lias Moshul Serberne Tjerde Moshul Nachi Bertjer Mese Mona Bjurde Sepertjerde Mona Bjord Mirten Sa Durtsaila Sarsula Churdler Verdul Der Meer Nam Ertjer Stadior Buller Neur kan ser nors kan ser nulbjörn ser sur ser ser altar ser namborna massa sur feria sart morber massa sur minar feri per dures björ der church falkar der Fjora gus fjora tjerta fjora reir niar ser reidjorni alla gruda sera korore fiana truure krurne mergus non bjurne mian sula krur der gusen bjula tru Acior de merce domo sur sentanta termon marca guson spirne urmar bar bernat nuer da ciorden Lars Narcior Mercer Gusur Karstjorne Bernes Lum Ferengus Morbiu Fruder Birtier Fiorinal Kruder Gus Fjurder Narcer Narcier Fernur Mercer Gusur Karstjorne Bernes Lum Fern Garci Karindi Tatar Vartirna Serangita Karov Muda Berinari Vardana Kamalas Vardama Rurba Rama Sarlu Brahmaraparti Kana Sarjita Paro Jagannath Swami Nayana Patakama Ipavartume Bushi Savi Verum Serasi Siki Pirin Sham Karditate Dukulam Netrante Sahachakara Kata Sar Vedarte Sardas Rimanta Varnal Vasarti Lila Parichario Jagannath Swami Nayana Patakarmi Bavartume Mama borde stierde kanakaru cierde niles jarde vasan prasadantas harja balabadrena barlina subadra maria star sakala sura seva basaratu Jagannath Swami Nayana Patikami Bavartume Kurpa Pravara Sarja La Jalata Surenuru Certo Ramavani Ramas Fora Dama La Pankoru Harmurika Surrendra Radiyar Suruti Karna Zerka Gerta Charito Jagannath Swami Nayana Patikami Bavartume Ratarur Horpu Karchan Parti Mirita Burun Teriva Paratara Laisruti Prator Barvam Pratiparmur Pakaranya Saralya Dariyar Sendur Bardar Surkala Jagat Sidustaria Jagannath Swami Nayana Patikami Bavartume para Brahma Perika Kuvala Yadalod Furlana Yorni Varsini Lodruni Ita Charono Nanta Sarasira Sarandura Sarasa Vapora Lingkarna Sarku Jagna Swami Naina Patikami Bavartume Narve Arsherajiam Nacha Karka Mariki Vipavam Nayar Hamram Yamniki Lanjana Kamyam Vara Vardrum Sarakale Kalapa Paramatar Partirna Kita Charito Jagannath Swami Nayana Patikami Bavartume Haratvam Samsaram Drutatara Ramasaram Suraparte Haratarvam Paparnam Vitartir Mat Param Yarava Parte Aho Dinanataram Nihita cara nonis certa mertam Jagannath Swami Nayana Patikami Bavartume Jagannath Sakum Purnyamya Palte Susir Sarva Papa Visur Dharma Vishnu Lorgam Sargacharti Iti Srimad Sankaracharai Virachirtam Jagannath Starkam Sampurnam. Brahma Morari Sorachita Lingam Nirmala Pista Sorobita Lingam Jan Marja Durga Vena Sarga Vena Sana Lingam Taprana Mami Sarasiva Lingam Deva Muni Pravarjita Lingam Kamardana Karunakar Lingam Ravana Darpa Vena Sana Lingam Tapran Mami Sarasiva Lingam Sava Sukanda Sule Beti Lingam Borbi Vivarana Karana Lingum Sira Sura Sura Bandita Lingum Tapranamami Sarasiva Lingam Kanakama Mani Busira Lingam Vani Bari Bari Tazubita Lingam Daksasayur Sharda Venasana Lingam Tapranamami Sarasiva Lingam Kumkuma Chandana Dapida Lingam Pangaja Hara Susubita Lingam Sanchita Papa Virasana Lingam Tapranamami Sarasiva Lingam Devagara Chita Savita Lingam Bhave Bhakta Bharavacha Lingam Vina Denakara Kori Prabhakara Lingam Tapranamami Sarasiva Lingam Mastadalo Pari Vestita Lingam Sarva Samur Bhava Karana Lingam Mastadari Dada Venasana Lingam Tapranamami Sarasiva Lingam Sara Guru Sora Vara Purjita Lingam Sora Vana Puspa Sarachita Lingam Paramakan Lingam Tapranamami Sarasiva Lingam Linga Sarkaram Niram Punyam Yapata Siva Sarnirdo Siva Lukama Norti Servina Latsaha Murdarte Nataraja Nataraja Nardana Surnara Nataraja Jai Shiva Shankara Nataraja Karnama Karnana Priyam Serambarya Viharinam Marabak Kumbagum Vitasvardim Balalona Surkam Sarambaka Makaranam Sarampuvahin Daram Harambusha Jagagoram Sirambaram Vivavarye Samasta Bhaktapur Sanasvarha Stabarakaranam Pasathar Kariti Vibhavam Narasara Shara Jaraparam Kasastar Murti Saranam Sarastar Kandra Maranarm Harambuje Jagagoram Serambaram Vibhavarye Jarikarti Tabarirtam Nitala Locharanam Viraram Parakarta Staritartam Parityara Pakala Paranam Narugal Porvabarvirnam Kutara Pasadarinam Karambuja Jagagoram Serambaram Vibavarye Koringa Sarva Sobirtam Seram Karacharnar Sertam Varangana Virakaram Varangara Karakirtam Karankara Tarasarkam Taranga Nakatarakarmam Harambuja Jagagoram Serambaram Vibavarye Amanda Parya Barjanam Sumanda Hasasan Mukam Sumanda Mandagam Meaning Garinda Karikya Kardarvam Samamam Damam Dalutam Mamanda Yanta Mamano Horumbuja Jagagorom Serambaram Vivavarye Karindra Karamavasarsam Yarindra Kapapaleriyam Sarendra Murkya Purjiyam Kagendra Vahara Priyam Ahendra Busar Nur Shivalam Nagendra Javialam Sernam Arambuja Jaga Gorom Siram Banam Vipavarye Malavari Ranartarte Sarabela Sakarinam Balarisa Prabarjarnam Lalama Rupa Lokarnam Lasapanedra Harinam Javarche Sula Darinam Horambuja Jaga Gorom Siram Banam Vipavarye Sasanka Banu Virotra Rajerta Trilukanam Visalavasarsam Sure Garbahurandar Manitam Derikam Borola Sarva Poran Haram Tara Rata Viram Haram Bosha Jaga Gorom Serum Banam Viva Varye Sarantaringa Sajano Kapapasa Sarikara Save Samarandar Yuta Dorjarna Isik Sana Vika Sara Kaserum Barakya Sakoru Swarupa Merya Bortale Sare Sivo Vera Jarde Sara Mora Verto Hora Serum Barakya Sakoru Rirum Sara Vela Seranam Muralikarti Yesakar Saropamana Marstakam Saravasa Taralaya Hari Preya Taradana Vera Priya Karnis Kala Jagat Guru Ranugrahari Tishri Sirambara Panka Kamara Stotra Om Sar Shara Varna Bardiyarnamaha Om Tapursharya Vermahe Mahasanaya Marhitanu Skanda Prajoraya Rom Skandarya Korikiriya Parvartadai Priyarnan Darnarya Chamahaleva Kumaraya Subharamanyayarte Namaha Agarsha Uvaka Nomostu Bondarak Bardara Barndia Pararavindaria Sudharkararia Saranar Maria Nelita Vikramaria Gariharananda Samur Barvariar Namostu Tulviam Pranata Trihantre Kartre Samastarsia Manoratarnam Dataratarnam Paratarakasya Hantre Prakanda Suratare Karsya Amurtamutarsia Sahasramurtaria Gurnaria Gararia Parapararia Parapararia Namostu Tulviam Seriki Bahanaria Namostu Te Brahmartirdam Vararia Digambararia Barasan Stirtaria Haranaria Varanaria Haranya Baravir Namo Haranya Yaharanya Ratar Setarvas Varuparia Tabodararia Tarpa Paladanam Prati Parakalaria Sarakumararia Hamara Marine Trinicortas Vararia Vera Gerne Nama Namos Tuturbiam Sara Jarme Vivo Praparta Surya Runadantar Paran Kartaki Valaria Kabala Parakramaria San Matoria Manaria Toraria Mirhustarnior Tara Mirhushe Namo Namo Garnam Pataria Ganaria Namostur Tejan Marjarati Gararia Namo Visarkaria Susakti Panaria Sarvasya Natarsia Kumora Karya Karun Koraria Tarakaram Kararia Svarheria Gengeria Kakarikeya Seriveria Toribiam Saratar Namosturi Tishriskande Mahaporane Kasikarande Panka Vimar Sarti Taramodiarias Rikarikiyar Starekam Skadu Vaka Gois Baro Maheserna Karkeo Yenandarnas Karna Kumora Sernis Parmis Sankara Sanbava Garenge Yarstar Markuraska Brahmakari Sikir Varta Tarakari Rumar Purtra Kron Karisa Sararna Sabda Brahma Samudras Kasirta Sarvartu Gurhasana Kumoro Bagar Barburgar Moksha Fala Prada Sarajarma Gana Disa Porvarjur Murti Morga Kur Sarvargamana Pornera Kal Valanchi Tartar Pradar Sarna Asra Vimas Artierna Barni Mar Yaran Titi Yapater Pradur Cesararia Rutor Muko Vargas Parti Barduver Maharntra Margiarntir Mama Marnanu Kirtarnam Mahaprajna Mavarnuni Natrakarya Vikara Nayartis Rirudara Male Prajna Vivardana Karyam Surima Karkeya Stotram Nararu Varka Pranar Maria Sarasadevam Gori Putram Vinayarekam Bartavarsyam Smarantiti Yaramasrukam Martras Dietarie Pratharmam Bakras Trundam Charikartanam Virtialekam Triteriam Krishnartiam Garsam Garjarvar Kartram Chatortarikam Lambodaram Pacharmam Chasastam Vikartar Mirva Chasatarmam Vegnarajaram Chadurmravarar Tatartastam Marnavarmambala Chandram Chadasarmam Tu Virayarkamekarasam Ganaparatim Varasam Tu Karjanaram Varasartar Ninarmarmi Trisardiam Yarpatin Naranacha Vergnarbiam Tasya Sorvart Serhi Karam Param Veryarti Lobhet Veryam Darnarti Labherti Darnam Putrarti Labarte Putran Muksarti Labarte Kartim Japer Kanat Partistutram Sadbirmam Sarvi Falam Labart Sam Vartsarin Sirtim Cha Labarte Natra Samsarya Stad Bardio Brahman Nerbertas Chalker Vayar Samar Paryatasya Virya Pavet Sarva Ganasar Siar Prasarata itish Rinara Poratne Sanka Starna Sarnam Nama Gardesa Stotram Advitar Vastar Mar Merke Prenamar Jarnar Nalm Samparanarna Dortarma Narma Simarupam Pralaro Pasanartarm prantarikavarsiam te varmurda kamarpi kornormin korpasam mundram Nathan Janavar Kana Tarva Praka Kasalasia der Masam Hisnur Evir Baburba Tarasiar Stambavar Molmi Tom Mahardisnum Borgsovda Daratnam Yaska Grehardam Tarmo Hrantum Satro Rapir Karunar Dering Narahardi Vapur Sam Namaminam Tam Vishnu Riput Haryastirta Rajaja Sagurnar Merva Surin Meserna Karajagar Raidarte Yarstam Varde Pradarta Porvar Bariyar Nikar Yarbaham Pralardam Pranamarjarna Paranketi Kurvati Divisardo Hernarye Pradar Porar Darm Sidram Kurute Namarni Yastar Maham Saradi Natut Gurndarnia Valam Karajala Pravartitar Sora Disan Karan Borjakra Vamrikialm Taraselivara Tamprakor Vardar Merde Nurkena Rompo Vapuse Karsormia Sankan Kanal Trampra Karakarosi Bariasia Karata Baria Tarmerde Kiar Prasidiria Dasar Yardur Irti Shringeri Jagat Guru Sri Satya Darra Sari Piparnar Vorsim Harbarati Svarmim Vivera Sirtem Sri Nirsima Satarkam Chính sĩ sinh cho thầy sinh thầy sinh yên ban của tiếng của sĩ phụ minh bộ minh hồi sinh rồi khôi minh sinh trình sinh là ninh sản hôn nhôn dư phụ sản kinh chỉ chi rô lý ninh trình cố sinh số thân cố số sinh thu khôi chủ sinh sẽ sinh trình luôn thùng ninh gần sinh lô kỳ chi sinh khôi chạy quế sinh ú sinh hù bên kỳ sinh nhân sinh trình sinh đàn yôn linh của tổng sinh sĩ sinh lãn giác đấu thì chẳng khung chỉ chế rồi lì lính sinh sinh yếu linh biểu thiên dùn an vậy sinh dính thì sĩ hồn phô vụ sống sống ninh con lông bòi vũ đồ dính phần yếu cho cô dàn vũ sẽ về vô dính chỉ chế rồi lì lính an tu đi sinh yếu dùn sĩ an dính phụ gỗ văn lính yếu đồ xôn quan tu đi sĩ lính của yếu sẽ yếu gì bỏ tê văn dính vô dòng sinh dùn dễ quay kinh huống gọn còn quay bé số tròn tình thế sinh yếu mình số dễ sinh có gì đều đủ yếu hành lý sinh chính điển đi sinh dụ riêng đi riêng hành vi phần sinh đông dùng dùng dụ không linh tề dụ và bên quay sẽ sự vụ gì riêng linh bố phụ mình phụ bố cho thiên cần lũ là đón con thái dồn dán dụ dụ về Doren Shagwai Wan Kin Jin Chen Chen Zhou Yuan Chi Yu Wen Chi Xiong Yi Ban Jiu Bing Yan Nan Nan Jing Wu Yu Ba Hai Chi Wen Mo Wang Qiu Qiu Xie Wei Wo Zhuan Zhong Boi Zhong Chan Dou Ki Zhong Kun Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Zhong Gong Xin Zhou Dian Di Jin Zhong Wan Ji Ban Huan Gan Zhou Wan Jie Jing Wu Xin Gong Xiang Jie Nei Wei Wer Dou Du Jun Fu Yu Jing Wen Zhou Wu Wu Xin Xi Ji Bu Jian Jing Ji Bu Wen Bu Lu Yan Di Yong Yu Jing Zhou Qi Ban Xin Yu Geng Meng Shan Jai Xe Wei Wo Ri Xe Yuan Wan Xin Zhu Li Xi Lei Ting Guai Yu Shang Dan Zhang Guai Zhang Wang Jing Ne Yu Pe Lei Lai Shen Yan Meng Tong Guai Zhou Xe Gu Ki Ting Ting Jin Guan Jin Jing Phú Hu Diễn Rinh Chỉ Chiếu Ru Lì Lính Dọn Dọn Xin Dũ Đầu Dũ Xin Dũ Diễn Giả Dọn Chồng Dọn Ru Yu Lu Chân Diễn Cùng Đi Cản Diễn Lính Giả Bản Diễn Bè Lên Dọn Lính Xin Quan Ngũ Dọn Đà Chủ Thành Chỉ Chiếu Ru Lì Lính Dọn Dọn Dũ Dọn Dọn Đại Dũ Hồ Dĩ Sĩ Dũ Giả Dễ Giả Ổ Hồ Trên Hồ Phu Phang Pai Huai Yi Zhong Xi Wu Jin Tan Wang Ren An Bei Nei Shu Yi Yan Dong Zhong Xi Yu Xi Ling Fu Yuan Qi Yang Jing Diễn Nguyên Đàn Phú Dụ Dụ Khiếu Dụ Minh Minh Khế Vụ Trình Khế Ninh Chí Cạn Trên Lô Ninh Kế Phú Dụ Minh Dòng Dụ Lai Dụ Xế Sáng Dòng Đủ Nam Mô He La Đa Đà Nụ La Ye Yer Nam Mô Quan Đi Ya Pô Lô Yer Đi Sô Bô La Ya Pô Thi Sa Đô Pô Ya Mô He Sa Đô Pô Ya Mô He Ja Lô Ni Ya Lia Hong Sa Pô La Pa Yi Sur Da Lô Da Ja No Mô Jir Jiri Đô Nghe Minh Ga Li Ya Pô Lô Ji Đi Si Phô La Linh Thô Pô Nam Mô Lô La gen shi shi li mo he po do sha mia sa so po wa tar do shu pen ga shi shun sa po sa do na mo po sa do na po mo he mo par te do da jita hong ga po lo shi ru jar do di li Gili mohe porti sa lo sa por sa po mo la morgi morgi alirto yunjo lulu jorlu gemeng dulu dulu chwa she yerdi mohe pa she yerdi tola dolardi lini shifola yeah jala jela momo famola mordi li ji shi na la shen po la she li fa sha fa shen po la she ye hulu hulu mola hulu hulu shili shola shola shili shulu shulu porti ya porto ya porto ya mirdi ya lola genci di li serni namo ya po anaso po he to yeso po he mo he to yeso po he to yu shi po la yeso po he lo la jin shi sho po he mo la lo la so po he la senga mu ke se so po he so po mo he to yeso po he ji ala to yeso po he bo to mo je to yeso po hello la jinchi po ye ke la yeso po hello po le shen ja la yeso po he namo he la dan do la ye namo wa li ya po luo jeri sho po la yeso po he hong shi dian du man do la ba to yeso po he Bore bolo miru shin shin gun ji jai pu sha shin shin bore bolo miru shi jo jai wu yun ji kong yu yi ko she li ji she bu yi kong bu yi she yi shi kong shi she shong shin jong shi yi fu ru shi xe li ji sư phú du ba khung song bố sen bố mẹ bố cô bố giang bố giang bố dòng si cu công dòng bố xe bố sô dòng dinh si bố ya nor si bê sen yi bố xe sen xin quay chu bao bố ya dè đại ji bố yi xe dè bố bố minh ye bố minh gen đại si bố yao si yi wu lao si chen wu ku che me da wu si yi wu de yi wu su du ku porti sa do yi bare bolo mi do ku jin wu qua hai ku wu yu kong bo yon li tian do meng chang ju rang ne pan san si jo ku i bo re bolo mi do ku de an do Lorna san mio san porti cosi bore bollo mi do shi arda shin jor shira ming jo shi wu zhong jo shi wu deng deng jo ning chu yi ke ku shin shi bu ju bu jo bu re bollo mi dor jo ji sho jo yor jer di yer di bollo jer di bollo jeng jer di porti sa por he nan mô phô thu ya nan mô đa mô ya nam mô sinh ke ya nan mô kun ji ja pu ja mô he sa jo ra ba jin je Dagito anjo jala particiendo morni mohe bording mi lulu lulu diseja shola haje lasha ye hong basha he an bota mojendo mini show la hongan balo bor dan mi hong na mo san mando to moto nan na bola di hedo share sola nan dagito anke kekeji Keji hong hong ru walla bola ru walla bola ru walla disecha je shi li sho poja shante ja ji li sho wa hena fo to yerna moda mo yerna mo senker yer jiri ululu jidulu jili bo jili boja dali bo luli sho wa he Anna Mobaya Wari Abala Mera Hayoli Anna Subir Nishi Dare Jo La Jayer Data Geda Ye La Herdi San Yo San Boda Yes Dar Ni Ye Tahan Saliba Sansi Keli Bali Shorda Dala Bari Gerna Sang Mau Gerdi Shabawabi Shurdi Mahena bali wali showa herna moboke fara shipi shashe bujulu berluali bola pohela shela yerda to yerdo yala heri sanmiosman boto yerda Jito hong pisha shi pisha shi pisha she san mo sherji sho he hong namani Bai mem hong magerni yardaji de bar dajer te we dali ke sa horwo warta boli jita ger na bola na boli du ban na normal lo jer shola yeso heli poli todi kyore he le cure hendi to lo ni dini herali erdi Pilini di mohe keri jinling kandi namo wemi dopo ye dopo re kero ye dori yer to emili dopo pi emili doshi dan po pi emili dopi yaran na di emili dopi jayan do kerini ke zorji Dolja liso po hernamo fotunan mo tamo namo sinkernamo shirli mo hertibi dari toboli polo no jeli san mantor da sherni mo herpi Lo kerdi san mantoshi bolir di pulino walino da mordi mohepi guberi mohemiler di lo borsenki erdi shiri shishenki jidi san manto wato wano polorni Shorten yen yar reisen ku hoten shun leu yu tong chong chun shi shu shon chun miu shi men tian ti yu i tian ti yu bing sheng or wan wu yu wu wei yi fu lu so xia xian yo ma hong qing qi shen yi shi vi chen shen yin nang la fu yi shi vi xian yan ing li jing 兴趣呀，明我来。Ateheye yayo gichi mani tokoko miki somo poko wa. Ateheye yayo gichi mani tokoko miki somo poko wa. Ahoki wa nixista mixtarki he yo harna he yo harna he yo te ariato rabi aikina he yo te yato rabi aikina he yo te yato hartarbi won kina hini yo te yato hartarbi won kina hini yo ya hi yu ni ba wu hi yu ni ba hi yu ni ba wu ya hi wu ni ya ni na he ni na hi ya hi ni ya ni na hi yu ni ba wu ya hi yu ni ba hi ya hi ni na Yani sini hawana, yani sini hawana, hini swavira kini, hini swavira kini, ni tui na ho wu, ni tui na ho wu, wada sina no ho wu, wada sina no ho wu, ni himasi asi si, ni himasi asi si. Om Narayana Virmahe Vasudevaya Dharmahitano Vishnu Prachodaya. Om Devakanadaraya Virmahe Vasudevaya Dharmahitana Krishna Prachodaya. Om Dharporcharya Virmahe Sahasraksharya Mahadevarya Dharmahitano Rudra Prachodaya. Om Aganandarya Virmahe Vagranundarya Dharmahitano Dandi Prachodaya. Om Karyanyaya Virmahe Kanyar Komoryaya Dharmahitano Durga Prachodaya. Om Vegdevyaya Cha Virmahe Kamaracharya Dharmahi Tano Devi Prachodayat. Om Mahadevyaya Cha Virmahe Vishnu Patnyaya Cha Dhimahi Tano Lakshmi Prachodayat. Om Mjolnir Sjärsnjeninga Trtandur Tesnarti Marchnan Smör Tribosorium Ruhur Ketir Trias Dalm Duron Ketir Sjärs Turnatar Sidam Duron Tur Num Chorlet Meset Fum Chorik Ilori Vasrin Sinlurni Nenas Kortar Mochul Orcherdom die Osrin Tibos Korvasern Orvilnir Morgnia Narbar Narberbam Sirdam Dorinar Star Vindruni Firma Rohorter Morrich Rosorter Morrech Romosorter Mordor Niberva Molech Niertibas Forverch Rohr Viertor Morter Niemragba Natir Dorslin Nandor Dorglas Nadul Dirslin Nimlen Dar Tjurna Kore Barakjorde Björtin Dorti Ortjur Nam Sierte Orvigirna Njurle Armilius en Serch Tarm Serdak Konotir Mirna Siete Fulbriner Biberis Nardir Termo Serch Serndel Omdun Dietorgel Amer Vatsurster Om Liarlorg Moram Sin Serch Mamner Roporchetar Sertliandar Serch Serdeli Bor Ordier Kurtal Kor Kokoro Moresa Roberantin Spirito Norifon Sartor Benes Solustor Furu Esaluster Domine Esluster Pan Esaluster Domine Esluster Christe Esaluster Domine Esaluster Tur Esaluster Super Populum Turum Domine Benedictus Tua Arteheia Yayo Arteheia Yario Arteheia Lo Arteheia Lo Nitinu Shirala Wani Gelekeketaye Yayo Nitinu Shirala Wini Gelekeketa Eye Yayo Arteheia Lo Nita Kurge Wini Gelekeketaye Yayo Nita Kurge Wini Gelekeketaye Yayo Arteheia Lo Wini Gelekeketaye Yayo Nita Kurge Wini Gelekeketaye Yayo Arteheia Lo Michinchi nanpe mariose rateelo arteelo incharge kete chigarki kete arteelo charon pawanchi charupi arteelo chayari pikata arteelo head to it chaheo chari ho heu tu chaheo chari ho Hunko kille charia heo ho hunko kille charia heo ho arte heia ho arte heia lo wanarian marnie wanayar marnie tatanka wad marnie yet arte heia lo let tell me o con kite lo yo let tell me o con kite lo yo taku magai charikar her namita war ke lo yo taku magai charikar her namita war ke lo yo arte heia lo yo arte heia lo yo yo min ching shi yi te wakila che ye ya min ching shi yi te wakila che ye ya o ya ti ye o ni chigar in chi charikar tikata che ye ya o ya te ye ni chaga pikata che ye atari he ye o lo arte ye he ye lo ha ye ya yo ha ye ya yo mila kin hi mi chi che yarna mila kin Iyumi chichi yarna wawaka blakete ye 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 wawaka blakete ye 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 unchi hey yellow yo 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 unchi hey yellow yo 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 puya chini wasna wakagin yin kete punya chini wasna wakagin kete unchi hey yellow yo unchi hey yellow yo le he ya he ye ye la he ya he ye ye kangi ya o ya te ye cha ya wo wello kangi ye o ya te ye cha ya wo wello ni ya te ye he we ni ya te ye hu he we wan bali galesh ka wan yan ni hi yo we wan bali galesh ka wan yan ni we miu con kin one lucky yeah miu con kin one lucky yeah hinna one lucky hinna one lucky ha yeah yeah ha yeah mi ching shi mi tai wa ye mi ching shi mi ta wa ya te hu we ar te hu we ar te ya hu we lo ar te he ya hu we lo yani piketa ya we lo yani piketa ya we lo wasna wakin keta yeah wasna wakin keta yeah le chi boy le chi boy hey yellow arte yellow arte yellow arte na maku arte na maku pero one yan maku pero one yan maku aramaku aramaku ina heku mi sun kala che o marni mi sun kala che o marni ina heku wana sapiketa unchi itazipa michuye unchi itazipa michuye arte heye lo Hekirna yanka gadiye hekirin yanka gadiya wan lechiya wana sapiketa ke yarpi lo wan lechiya wana sapiketa ke yapi lo warni pekerte kagario wani kerpe kagario arte heylo mia wan ma yanka yo mia wan ma yanka yo kangio yarte wan chanku wakaga lo kangio yarte wan chanku wakange lo wari pikata cha yari pikata cha kula heya lo makasito mani yano kiyo yarte o kiyo wan bali o yarte wan horsier heyerlo arte heyelo mako wan chaya oki perte kinuki ye pete kinuki ye kangyo arte wan hoshi arte heyelo lena wagagarchi arte heyelo gale kinhan wagagarchi arte heyelo Janon pao kin wagagarchi arte heyelo mio karn kin chichuche arte heyelo o gale kin ninyar karta arte heyelo mi chingshi tahera kubiye mi chingshi tahera kubiye alma kuche wan washte aya gali pikete arte heyelo wana wicheshka artie wana wicheshka artie we hurta umani o katarda o katana Korean wahin kete arta michuya wani kelte michuya wani kelte michuya ahia wasna watin kete ahia wasna watin kete hanpa wechigar ke tokeche wangali ke kerta tokeche wangali karkente ni hun kon he yelo ni hun kon he yelo wakan yakin kete wakan yakin kete wan galish ka wan lusahan yakin kete wan galish wan lusanin yakin kete wan wadi karupo arte he yelo Anishrai Sorne Hayes Sutin Wash Renusha Caprushra Mer Pedusha Kapukin Jorota Kadem Sekim and Nebino Matikin Femior Nebs or Mari Basharap Nepkarajas Arami Nebish Barashes about them Sutin Mekinum not capacities of Ramikam Lutok Nevu Nepsacom them Tosh or never into him or the Pansuru Srun Panatros Minimalcha Toytors left like Baramut and Pepet as a Neprata Remish at Arbo Mahita or the para part of Sen of Protect and Update at my heat and in water you shop a singing he upon shops, gymnastic thinking opportunities you develop a capital to what I can do, and I'd have a Shahaya up as Rapni Amas Happy Sarpapic number in the American Cop and Roman records, the Roman Kurti of Rubrema, Ruth had my ruination right everywhere I had him and a road had a man where Ruben where Russo says also to be all the Kakar smart about all the cake and order minutes, one more of heavy candy patches, 7 to us at the necessary Kerusam Sakarum, Kurus, Karina Zulun, Tusmikadu, Matu is a Kunish, so like the better depending menacing if there was, so you should have sit up scout up and Louis added illumination and not a big Robertson, the name of said so often get the win get. He said Nabutami in the room had set the death on the lounge, Sherikuish, your second one paid them better doctors that up Wabit Sikim, Sikim, Joy, Mabu, and W. Wabble, second Resu Sikim, to be meant to second perspective, Basu, and it was your head, second head, but as he could have pursued that already in houses of a backer, Sikaram, Sermenti, Musicu, Severubi, Mescari, Capital, some mother, Sanapet, Seramatis, the circuit, and the Pandepet, the Amcapital, not already medicine of Garan Keke, Secus or Shrekarish, Bombs, and Apam Secuna Matari, to the government, when you shami Kekeru, Senkeru, was the raptor, the Kermeti on Tevin, a prosaic in a boy, and attempts himself name above the ring in heaven record, never cautious or tapan up the meditated to win and betitas when men knew the ships, Zakarabun, my old composition, which you got him as a person, Kanamisha, but those can enter and Captain, and the gun, and skill, went up to some Ketu, Ramasushi, Jaratu, and the day, Finapeti, settled the names and insanity, so second and Kinsenaki, College or and Camariki, Parium, Shardi, working on a nation, and Miguel Sonamantapidi, Guava to Aduke, Move, Sikam, and for wedding Maricur, Sonic, Tum, Classic, and the Jordi, all act Sonic, to an American shopper, should have like a showman had to complain if you some Carigilla, Tum, Nifu, sort of maybe sort of Shorty connected to many Pumandes, the Saranifu, Albudi, and Catin Marty, Japan, and Henry, George, Reserve, Open, and Corona Maruda, and then to Ministry, Mario, so you can have never and you want me to one pen move better, I'll make that up and happen on the desire you, and ships as Mary come and hold, or that, or ships as a momma, you and then a rape name, just as Mary come on both of them, or ships as a more make an Amario, Nukes, or his run sores, while by the comparative take message to never and never company, Manor, significant temperament, train, do I about him, never talk, I come to say time is to wake, never do I also put them hold up, they also put them hold up the body as you put you to be human, but your addiction to move and throw them, you could have prominent, but on the news, any no, but I'm that the when I'm some nabbing boy, when I know can the pranam they come mortari, I'll tap sub, Cabrama, what I'm Sharatunami, or no, a Kebusico, Shamoratic, Shirley, Picot, or super Camnam Turket, Makis, or Second, and the Gwenam Promu, who up around, but a Kertuaya, who brought him Koyu. Kupsrufishik toy macru chuatu neprios of a new in pet watchun and manamai supine soon petrasic that necessary subtepem socapranum to Pratarkara, Taram Sanatic, Marka, Renek Capranum, as a sutin do white Padam Camutafan or Boner in Casuti Senenic or Ben Senenic Tom or White Netari Sem and Piki enemy Patnatrum and Hennes over there, which is a cake urin that I'll call my injury when at the war head who test so much to water Pisharai at the Runek Pishanation, you kept Capron to water nep. To Mama Masaru was a tintimary wood never initial recognition or cookie areas, Mamma and Kazaka to Tavum Tavu Mudamu, when a pros on the throat, American Cropes, a kind name may get the truth or root or rake the ship, a Caraba Canada, American Motobu, so could get the topic now of the Plum Nafru and injure that the Washer to the Nash of Washer, so Washer, and the sun should sort my hands on Pelmanas and every second on his secretary, Saturday, sort Petaja by Shabali, Shari, Saturday, one am Nuku Capam, Capri, Capra, Capricaparu, the Bank Caprash Capram, Palampa, Mia Surna, Urna, Urna. Ankaraten banten kabiri unaten bakabiri unis the sort of make kukaran kape minute to adi uterari sabi watunan abaye eximo for son koranari of nan di sabri sarama suja was a kamatsuti sukubara manumberki you at sapti of the culture radatu mupetem laite karata marukura sanat a curtain number was through a rush of suamo and miskadam the kadawamo and thrown them the rest of go back go up taking picture nepring yam kana back on up game or correct picture and share by corcosati kabir king kana back on that can kabir can kabir magnet one shake namangiku seki or ron and kemi and men or loosening kaisen and any supreme kira kapkuak chakla shura would like wabora can independent soon as the people can be mcgoric so up the cat and I should do it piatini but nadi whatever in the waparunura sorsar sector bracket and new to the episode woman is the castles and a hundred time episode of smiles caravas so tappers or sapas arena capriwas so we get by gecko open the number approach you left approach you to turn in the other thing in definitely of never three mess. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, though they are the most sacred tools on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within me and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time? We can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that we may remember and tread once again upon a sacred land spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Ezekiel Composiana Compa, Newt, Geb, Newt, Kepra, ra, tuma, tu, kansu, Arsemitoki Shabu Balanisham Truina, hi, Arsemitoki Shabu Balanisham Truina, hi, Arsemitoki Shabu Balanisham Truina, hi, Avradabra. Welcome to Earth. The initial landing is rather painful, but it'll go away rather quickly as you become enthralled with the many pleasures that Earth has to offer, the different sensualities, and the many awesome, spectacular moments of life that one can engage in. No matter what your fancy, I tell you what, you can find it in this world somewhere. There's always something to be happy about. There's always something to enjoy yourself with. People get a very narrow mind, and that's all they can do. But diversity is a great thing. Ah, yes. Yes, that was ooh, ow, yes. Yes, there was a yes at the end of all of that. Indeed, indubitably. Say it with me now. I am indomitable. One more time. I am indomitable. Yes, you are. Whatever you set your sights on, you can accomplish. You can reach it. I found the only way to become indomitable is to become adaptable. Yeah. Because then I can maneuver where I need to. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a wonderful morning. We got some stories and we got some books lined up today. Yes, yes, we do. I've been wanting to read these for a while. For whatever reason, I have not. So I feel like going with things that I have not been doing, that I've been wanting to do. That's what I'm doing today. That's what I'm doing this day for sure. I think that should be a series of things. I like doing what I like to do. How about you? You too? We just got water today. Oh, there was some tea. That was tea. I do got some tea. I got some little tea. I forgot about that. Oh. Yeah, we got some stories lined up today. I wouldn't say lined up, but whatever stories are meant to be read are certainly ready to go. Oh, let me shift. Let me shift. I didn't shift. I gotta shift. Different mode, right? Different mode, different thing, different feel. When I was a little kid, I used to always have a cow lick. It was such a thing. I was a little baby. I had a mohawk naturally. Went to church and they said, "Man, try to put that thing down." That's what they told my mom. They said, "You can't be having a mohawk at church." And my mom tried to put hairspray and all sorts of stuff in my hair and could not get that mohawk to lay down. Nope, no siree. I was a rebel out the gate, I tell you what. Boom, boom. There was once upon a time a rich king who had 3 daughters who daily went to walk in the palace garden, and the king was a great lover of all kinds of fine trees. But there was one for which he had such an affection, and if anyone gathered an apple from it, he wished him 100 fathoms underground. And when harvest time came, the apples on this tree were all red as blood. The 3 daughters went every day beneath the tree and looked to see if the wind had not blown down an apple, but they never by any chance found one. And the tree was so loaded with them that it was almost breaking, and the branches hung down to the ground. Then the king's youngest child had a great desire for an apple, and said to her sisters, "Our father loves us far much, too much, to wish us underground. It is my belief that he would only do that to the people who were strangers." And while she was speaking, the child plucked off quite a large apple and ran to her sisters, saying, "Just taste, my dear little sisters, for never in my life have I tasted anything so delightful." Then the 2 sisters also ate some of the apple, whereupon all 3 sank deep down into the earth, where they could hear no cock crow. When midday came, the king wished to call them to come to dinner, but they were nowhere to be found. He sought them everywhere in the palace and garden, but could not find them. Then he was much troubled, and made known to the whole land that whosoever brought his daughters back again should have one of them to wife. Hereupon so many young men went about the country and searched that there was no counting them, for everyone loved the 3 children because they were so kind to all and so fair to face. 3 young huntsmen also went out, and when they had traveled about for 8 days, they arrived at a great castle in which were beautiful apartments, and in one room a table was laid on which were delicate dishes, which were still so warm that they were smoking. But in the whole of the castle no human being was either to be seen or heard. They waited there for half a day, and the food still remained warm and smoking. And at length they were so hungry that they sat down and ate, and agreed with each other that they would stay and live in that castle, and that one of them who should be chosen by casting lots should remain in the house, and the 2 others seek the king's daughters. They cast lots, and the lot fell on the eldest. So next day the 2 younger went out to seek, and the eldest had to stay home. At midday came a small manikin and begged for a piece of bread. Then the huntsman took the bread which he had found there, and cut a round off the loaf, and was about to give it to him. But while he was giving to the manikin, the latter let it fall. The latter let it fall, and asked the huntsman to be so good as to give him that piece again. The huntsman was about to do so, and stopped, on which the manikin took a stick, seized him by the hair, and gave him a good beating. Next day the second stayed at home, and he fared no better. When the 2 others returned in the evening, the eldest said, "Well, how have you got on?" "Oh, very badly," said he. And then they lamented their misfortune together. But they said nothing about it to the youngest, for they did not like him at all, and always called him Stupid Hans, because he did not exactly belong to the forest. On the third day the youngest stayed at home, and again the little manikin came and begged for a piece of bread. When the youth gave it to him, the elf let it fall as before, and asked him to be so good as to give him that piece again. Then said Hans to the little manikin, "What? Canst thou not pick up that piece thyself? If thou wilt not take as much trouble as that for thy daily bread, thou dost not deserve to have it." Then the manikin grew very angry and sad. He was to do it, but the huntsman would not, and took my dear manikin and gave him a thorough beating. Then the manikin screamed terribly and cried, "Stop, stop, and let me go, and I will tell thee where the king's daughters are." When Hans heard that, he left off beating him, and the mannikin told him that he was an earth mannikin, and that there were more than 1,000 like him, and that if he would go with him, he would show him where the king's daughters were. Then he showed him a deep well, but there was no water in it, and the elf said that he knew well that the companions Hans had with him did not intend to deal honorably with him. Therefore, if he wished to deliver the king's children, he must do it alone. The two other brothers would also be very glad to recover the king's daughters, but they did not want to have any trouble or danger. Hans was therefore to take a large basket, and he must seat himself in it with his hanger and a bell, and be let down. Below there were 3 rooms, and in each of them was a princess, with a many-headed dragon, whose heads she was to comb and trim, but he must cut them off. And having said all this, the elf vanished. When it was evening, the 2 brothers came and asked how he had got on, and he said, "Pretty well so far," and that he had seen no one except at midday, when a little mannikin had come and begged for a piece of bread, that he had given some to him, but that the mannikin had let it fall, and had asked him to pick it up again. But as he did not choose to do that, the elf had begun to lose his temper, and that he had done what he ought not, and had given the elf a beating, on which he had told him there where the king's daughters were. Within the 2 were so angry at this that they grew green and yellow. Next morning they went to the well together, and drew lots who should first seat himself in the basket, and again the lot fell on the eldest, and he was to seat himself in it, and take the bell with him. Then he said, "If I ring, you must draw me up again immediately." Then, when he had gone down for a short distance, he rang, and they at once drew him up. Then the second seated himself in the basket, but he did just the same as the first, and then it was the turn of the youngest, but he let himself be lowered quite to the bottom. When he had got out of the basket, he took his hanger and went and stood outside the first door and listened, and heard the dragon snoring quite loudly. He opened the door slowly, and one of the princesses was sitting there, and had 9 dragons' heads lying upon her lap, and was combing them. Then he took his hanger and viewed at them, and the 9 fell off. The princess sprang up, threw her arms around his neck, embraced and kissed him repeatedly, and took her stomacher, which was made of pure gold, and hung it round his neck. Then he went to the second princess, who had a dragon with 5 heads to comb, and delivered her also. And to the youngest, who had a dragon with 4 heads, he went likewise. And they all rejoiced, and embraced him, and kissed him without stopping. Then he rang very loudly. So that those above heard him, and he placed the princesses one after the other in the basket, and had them all drawn up. But when it came to his own turn, he remembered the words of the elf, who had told him that his comrades did not mean well by him. So he took a great stone which was lying there, and placed it in the basket, and when it was about halfway up, his false brothers above cut the rope, so that the basket with the stone fell to the ground, and they thought that he was dead, and ran away with the 3 princesses, making them promise to tell their father that it was they who had delivered them. And then they went to the king, and each demanded a princess in marriage. In the meantime, the youngest huntsman was wandering about the 3 chambers in the great trouble, fully expecting to have to end his days there, when he saw hanging on the wall a flute. Then said he, "Why dost thou hang there? No one can be merry here." He looked at the dragons, the heads likewise, and said, "You too cannot help me now." He walked backwards and forwards for such a long time that he made the surface of the ground quite smooth. But at last other thoughts came to his mind. He took the flute from the wall and he played a few notes on it. And suddenly a number of elves appeared, and with every note that he sounded, one more came. And then he played until the room was entirely filled. They all asked what he desired, so he said he wished to get above ground, back to daylight, on which they seized him by every hair that grew on his head, and thus they flew with him unto the earth again. When he was above ground, he at once went to the king's palace, just as the wedding of the one princess was about to be celebrated, and he went to the room where the king and his three daughters were. When the princesses saw him, they fainted. Hereupon the king was angry and ordered him to be put in prison at once, because he thought he must have done some injury to the children. When the princesses came to themselves, however, they entreated the king to set him free again. The king asked why, and they said that they were not allowed to tell that, but their father said that they were to tell it to the stove. And he went out, listened at the door, and heard everything. Then he caused the two brothers to be hanged in the gallows, and to the third he gave his youngest daughter, and on that occasion I wore a pair of glass shoes, and I struck them against a stone, and they said, "Clink," and were broken. Justice. If you entertain it strongly enough, it'll it'll pass by. That's why it's so important to live a proper life. People win in the world, and it looks like they win because they belong to this world. If you seek something different, then your reward isn't here, it's elsewhere. That elsewhere, we see it and we feel it every day. And that's our power and ability to manifest it into our world. These very stories, the two brothers that wrote them, the many of these stories, the Grimm brothers, they they saw the truth of the esoteric world. They saw the spirit world for what it was. And they were able to write stories for us to relate to connect with, to understand circumstances, and understand exactly sometimes what we gotta do in order to get the victory. It's really interesting when somebody thinks they got what they got. They move ahead, just like those two older brothers. I like the stories, man. I tell you what. I'm gonna be real honest. You want to chat with me? Shoot me an email. Setra at yahoo.com. The name of the channel, Setra, Setchra at yahoo.com. We're changing the script today. I love you. And if you want to learn some real stuff, stick around. If you're just here to mess around, you gonna mess around. But don't forget, if you would like to, all you gotta do is hold the button, hold the screen for a little bit, and it'll pop up a menu halfway through the screen. And you can hit a little button and it takes away the comments. And then you can just enjoy because I'm not reading the comments. If you want to talk to me, then you're going to be a friend to me. There's one person who's been actually emailing me for a while and asked to have a chat with me for quite some time. And I told him it'd be some time. So if you're watching right now, I'm gonna get on email as soon as I'm done on the live when it's normally at our normal time, and I'm gonna send you a message. And if you're up to chat, let's chat and let's do that. Because at this point, anything dissonant, anything full of lies, anything with deceit, anything on that level, I'm just not interested in. I already made my choice, and that choice affects my actions. So um, whether I get donations or not, I at this point I don't. If I get enough to, I need 500 to keep going, to pay rent for September. I have $80 for food, currently, that I'm sitting on just in case. Who the fuck knows what happens at the end of August? And if there's 500 bucks enough for me to pay rent, great. Currently, right now, I think it's at. We started at about 2,200. That's at zero at this point. The 2,200's like at 80 bucks, and that's lasted for 7 months. 7 months. So been doing pretty good on donations, and very thankful for all of that. Anyways, I'm interested in doing what I want to do, what I want to do from the beginning and the start. So I'm gonna do that each day, and I could care less about comments or anything there. And the reason why is because if you want to be personal, then let's chat. Let's be real. Everything else is out the window for me, straight up. The Persian Arayman was called the Old Serpent, the liar from the beginning, the Prince of Darkness, and of the rover up and down. The dragon was a well known symbol of the waters and of great rivers, and it was natural that by the pastoral Asiatic tribes, the powerful nations of the alluvial plains in their neighborhood who adored the dragon or fish should themselves be symbolized under the form of dragons and overcome by the superior might of the Hebrew god as monstrous leviathans maimed and destroyed by him. Ophanius in the old Greek theology warred against Kronos and was overcome and cast into his proper element, the sea. There he is installed as the sea god Oannes or Dragon, the leviathan of the watery half of creation, the dragon who vomited a flood of water after the persecuted woman of the apocalypse, the monster who threatened to devour Hesione and Andromeda, and who for a time became the grave of Hercules and Jonah, and he corresponds with the obscure name of Rahab, whom Yahovah is said in Job to have transfixed and overcome. In the spring, the year or sun god appears as Mithras or Europa mounted on the bull, but in the opposite half of the zodiac, he rides the emblem of the waters, the winged horse of Nestor or Porcerium, and the serpent rising helically at the autumnal equinox, besetting with poisonous influence the cold constellation Sagittarius, is explained as the reptile in the path who bites the horse's heels so that his rider falls backward. The same serpent, the Oannes Afranous or Musaurus of Silenus, was the Midgard serpent which Ordain sunk beneath the sea, but which grew to such a size as to encircle the whole earth. For these Asiatic symbols of the contest of the sun god with the dragon of darkness and winter were imported not only into the zodiac, but into the more homely circle of European legend. And both Thor and Odin fight with dragons, as Apollo did with Python, the great scaly snake, Achilles with Scamander, and Bellerophon with the Chimera. In the apocryphal book of Esther, dragons herald a day of darkness and obscurity, and St. George of England, a problematic Cappadocian prince, was originally only a varying form of Mithras. Yahovah is said to have cut Rahab and wounded the dragon. The latter is not only the type of earthly desolation, the dragon of the deep waters, but also the leader of the banded conspirators of the sky of the rebellious stars, which, according to Enoch, came not at the right time, and his tail drew a third part of the host of heaven and cast them out. Yahovah divided the sea by his strength and broke the heads of the dragons in the waters. And according to the Jewish and Persian belief, the dragon would, in the latter days, the winter of time, enjoy a short period of licensed impunity, which would be a season of the greatest suffering to the people of the earth, but he would finally be bound or destroyed in the great battle of Messiah, or as it seems, intimidated by the rabbinical figure of being eaten by the faithful, be like Araimin or Vorsurti, ultimately absorbed by and united with the principle of good. That's interesting. The world was like it was in the past, and every day we're making a difference. Every day science is growing, man is learning that the world is truly not in their control as much as they try to. And I really like right where it ended. Ultimately, it's absorbed and united to the principle of good. My heart, it chases after love. Love is after what is good, what is better, what is healthier at all times. At all times. Everything is going to come back around. This is today. This is the age. This is the time. We are officially in the age of Aquarius. In prophecies, well, we're going to see it come true. We are seeing them come true. Queen Ma, frightened, journeyed to see her druid. She said nothing. There's a fair young warrior, he noted, making light work of all four fighters. Maeve asked by what name the youth was known. His name was Corshorlane, the Hound of Ulster. The druid divined, for the fates of both boy and animal are one. Oh, in totems, in Celtic guides and turfs, another practice shared by all shamans worldwide is that of otherworld guides. Most of them, most often, these come in the non human form of trees or animals particular to the mythology of the culture. Theories of attunement suggest that we are all born with spiritual preferences, attractions to a specific path, stone, color, food, type of person, plant, animal, so on, which we must both discover and follow if we wish to reach our full potential within any given lifetime. The modern term for this is finding your true self. Let us recall here the inscription which once adorned the entrance arch leading to the ancient Greek oracle at Delphi. Know thyself. An echo of this timeless wisdom is to be found within the 20th century writings of Aleister Crowley from his mystic book of the law. Know thyself shall be the whole of the law. The main shamanic lesson to be learned here is that we are born with and have accumulated as a result of countless lives certain affinities with certain elements, be they a stone or animal. Children are awfully deeply attuned to such invisible playmates. Before the unfortunate advent of hormones and modern acculturation erases most traces between the two. Our job as attuned adults is to retrace and recapture this innate knowledge. The Book of Fertile speaks of three categories or classes of inborn totem totem companions, a totem tree, a totem animal, and third, a totem ancestor. According to the Druidic doctrine, these three totems are already a part of each of us. We need only to remember them. How to begin? It's rather like digging for gold, gathering specks and dust a bit at a time until you have enough substance to cash in. It requires focused meditation. Scan your life from today backwards as far as you can remember. Take each category in return: tree, animal, and relative, which have attracted you the most, captivated and held your attentions. Many people perform this process without realizing it, since the answer is often very close to the surface. Soon in the process, they not only obtain a favorite animal, but a collection of miniatures as well. The author has many friends who collects miniatures: horses, elephants, ducks, hippos, unicorns, owls, swans, and does their choice tell you about the person? Much. Do you have a friend like this? Do you yourself collect? What do you collect? Ask yourself why. Dig. What about a favorite relative who's passed beyond? Do you realize that special bond between ancestors almost always survive beyond the grave? A common expression describing the result is, oh, I must have a guardian angel. And they're probably right. Often a totem ancestor. And what about trees? Has one ever reached out and yelled at you? The oak where you maybe built yourself your first tree fort? Or the old pear tree that grew outside your grandmother's living room window on Ida Road? Think. For the connections, this leads to magical thinking. Be analytical, decisive. The author takes themselves For example, their favorite tree, the quaking aspen. The Their favorite animal is the great northern raven. Their favorite ancestor is my paternal grandfather, always near. The why to all the above. I'm not going to tell you, but only that their roots go deep into my personal history. What about yours? Just look and see unique total manifestations of three Celtic tribes a millennium ago. I'll show you them right here. They're called turf totems. They're clan symbols and are cut into the ground, some measuring 360 feet in length. The horse people, the giant clan, the dragon tribe. Where could you fit it comfortably? You too can cut one of these. We did. Now, what do you do this? Now, what to do with this information once you uncover it? Live with it. You live with it. You collect leaves or fruit, stones or bugs. Revert back to your childhood. See your nearest pet dealer or start a collection of miniatures. Frame that old picture from the family album. Each time you do such a thing, you're performing a valuable act of personal magic. It will put you in touch with your inner self. These three totems can also be directly incorporated into your ritual work. Wood for your staff or wand, leaves, bark, nuts for incense, ancestors' name reduced to symbolic initials or ritual signs. How the totems are used is up to you. Your task is to acknowledge that they are there, a deep source of strength, and waiting. Give them a call. See, for me, they just explained a truth that explains, um, gosh, what is it? The something lines, the not Nas, it's not the Nasdaq. The It's those huge freaking symbols that have been essentially like created, and people were like, "There's no way anybody could have done this unless they were from the sky." So obviously there were different clans on this world, and they wanted to ensure that it was forever. That was the spot in the world to mark down your tribe, to let the world know, hey, we lived here. That's what that is. Those are all signs letting us know a group of people that actually lived here at one point in time in the past and had the technology to have a ship in space and freaking probably sketch it out with some type of laser design, some type of process that they had. That's what they did. That was their graffiti, if you want to put it that way. They said, "This is our clan, tribal. What was the word?" They said it's turf totem. It is a turf totem. That's what they are. They were explained to me. They're no longer a mystery. They're a mystery on everybody's fucking brain still. To me, the answer solved. Those are turf totems. Easy enough. Evidence you were on the world. Shit, one person started doing it. What happens when one person does something, out in public, something, then another person does it, and then another one, and then like that whole bridge got like graffiti all over it because everybody left their fucking mark. Oh, everybody else leaving their mark on that one. Let me make sure I leave my mark too. They were just smart enough not to overwrite other people's work. I think, hopefully. I mean, to me, that just straight up explains my entire environment. Didn't I read that before? Isn't that why I say stuff? If I read it before, I forgot. I don't know. I wipe my memory regularly on purpose. I don't want to remember shit. I don't want to remember. All I need is the sign. I need the omen. And this shaman knows. Follow that one. Go. The signs are always in life. You don't need. Connected to my wood. My favorite tree. Is that the right name? Juniper? Is it juniper? I think it's juniper. Juniper. It's got the little berries. Yeah. And people are normally you can't find a straight. Those trees are pretty. I think that's the one. I'm horrible with tree names, man. I know an oak. I grew up in Texas. I know an oak, but I was trying to. Somebody tried to teach me trees, and I'm like, I'm not gonna remember that. I mean, but juniper is very powerful. Juniper's just been. I've always been attracted to juniper. Uh, yeah, animal. Well, when I was born, man, the monkey came to me first, dude. Like, and the monkey's like really, he's known as Bes on the ancient Egyptians because Bes is like this little dwarf giant, and he comes and he protects the family and stuff. And so, like, I kind of see him kind of like him and Hanuman. I see them in the same category of being. And and so that came to me first, and then during my shamanic journey, the tiger came to me. So like the monkey and the ape and the tiger. But I do have affinity to monkeys. I love monkeys. My grandfather had a monkey, and he got rid of it like I don't know a couple months or something before I was born. So I never saw the monkey. I never got to play with him or anything like that. But I had a stuffed monkey for a long time. But I don't know. Seems like leopards and tigers and stuff draw to me nowadays. That's pretty cool. What you want to read next? Not that. Anything. I read the other stuff. That stuff. Hmm. The eight-tailed dragon. After he was banished from heaven, Susano descended from Uzumo province, where he met an old couple with a maiden at the headwaters of the river He. The couple were crying because the maiden, Kushinarada Hain by name, was about to be sacrificed to an eight-tailed dragon who came every year and had already devoured Kushinarada's seven elder sisters. The dragon's eyes were red like the winter cherry. He had eight heads and eight tails. Moss and cypress and cryptomeria trees grew on his body. He was so huge that he spanned eight valleys and mountain peaks, and blood oozed out over his belly. Susano promised to save the girl from the monster, but asked that she be given to him. The old man and his wife agreed when they knew who it was they were talking to. Susano transformed Kushinarada into a comb, which he stuck in the knot of his hair. Then he made the old couple brew sake and fill eight barrels with it. When the dragon appeared and saw the barrels, each of his heads drank up one barrel, and he became completely drunk and fell asleep. Then Susanoo drew his sword and chopped the dragon into small pieces. When he cut the middle tail, the blade of his sword was slightly notched. Thinking this odd, he thrust deeper with the sword and found another sword inside. He thought it was a divine sword and presented it to his sister, the goddess Amaterasu. After this, he married Kushinarda. Susanoo became the ancestor of the ruling family of the province. He did many good deeds in Izurmo, where he is associated with fertility, and among his progeny were deities of rivers, cereals, trees, and thunder. The most important god among his descendants is another heroic figure of Izurmo myths, Orkuni Nurshi no Mikoto. I'm feeling Japan. I'm feeling the Asia area, man. I'm feeling something over there. And the dragon, obviously, man. From one to I didn't. There's this other one. The other book I read about that totem. It's important to know about that totem stuff. It's kind of funny because I was thinking like maybe I just go back to look at comments and talk the way I was talking about. But then like what I read in the book is like everything I've been saying. Everything I've been saying is literally. I don't. I'm sure I read this. I know I read this book from beginning to end. But when I read something for the first time, I'm not taking notes, which means stuff's just going into the freaking well of memory, and don't have cognitive memory that I read it. So anything, I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't want to remember shit. I like not remembering shit. It's really nice to not think about stuff you don't want to think about, ain't it? I think it is. Every time somebody keeps bothering me at some juncture, I figure something else out, and I'm like, boom, I'm gone. I'm just gone somewhere else, and that's an important ability. But to forget though where you were on purpose is nice. It's a beautiful thing. Think about things that we want to and we are intended upon creating, and we can realize who we are. We can know thyself. I could talk about pretty much every day. But the actual next page, I'm not going to read this because this is rather advanced, and in the wrong hands, you'll hurt yourself, to say the least. So I'm not sharing this, but I'm just reading the title, and it's called The Rite of the Dragon Claw. And to be completely, I actually include this in our morning ceremonies. The rite of the dragon call is included in. So if you are part of that ceremony, if you join for that jam session, then if you have any connection there, that's happening. That's happening. You're getting all the positive aspects without an ability to fuck it up. You can't fuck it. You can't fuck it up. We only gave you what this is going to work for you. Boom, you got the solution. Great, because your soul knows what to do with it. Boom. So we share everything, and for the advanced ones, we're more than happy to share the deeper stuff. And it's not a sign up or anything like that. It's uh, this is what I was saying at the beginning. Essentially, after the jam is really making a connection with somebody. You don't know. So let me share with you. There's somebody, and I'm just gonna say they drove 4 hours. I think it was over 4 hours. It was over 4 hours to get to me. because they seen me and they said, I wanna come visit. I wanna come and chat and stuff like that. I said, all right, sounds great. Here's my address. Boom, there you go. They're like, I'm on the way. I'll be there dot time. And they were running a little late. They ran into something. They said, I'll be a little bit later. I'll be about an hour or so later than I said. I said, okay, that's fine. They stayed all day and all night. And that particular night, I didn't go to bed. I literally pushed it to the last possible moment and said goodbyes at like 4 something in the morning. Took myself a shower and jumped on live. So, like, like that's real. That's fucking real. Like another like there's there's ways to be real, and there's ways there's everything else, and I don't care for all of that junk. I love you, fam. I love you, fam. Friends, however you want to see it. I told one person, I said, I see you like family. And they're like, whoa, now, like, oh, no, I ain't that. No. I said, oh, well, shit, I didn't realize that could be such an offensive thing to somebody. You got all fucked up on it, and you want to be friends? I asked one person, I said, I told him, I said, I haven't had a best friend in years. I said, you seem like a great, swell fellow. Want to be best friends? They were like, no. Yeah, no. I was like, whoa. That's the last time I ever hung out with them. Well, I'm glad I said that. They were like, they came out and were like, we're nothing the same. Oh, so whatever I think of you has been because of the presentation you put forth. Gotcha. That's how far that went. I didn't need to ask any extra questions. I didn't need to try to figure anything out. Gotcha. Oh, you know what? I do have some tea. Hold on. And then I'm gonna get to my next portion. We're gonna read some stuff about the adventures of Okuni Nushi. You're like, who the hell is Okuni Nushi? Well, we're gonna find out in a moment. I was looking for something. I did my brain with South Teabag. And somewhere over here. Not that one. See if I don't forget about that. Because it's behind me. This is a short portion. Let me show you some pictures here. Dragons. There are a lot of realities of dragons. I find it intriguing that this one has as many tails as it does heads. The one we read about, the eight-tailed dragon. It's pretty interesting. Check these pictures out. Okuni Nushi had 80 brothers who wished to marry the beautiful princess Yagarami Harimi. They set off for her home in a place called Enarba, making Okuni Nushi carry their bags for them and treating him like a servant. Because of the burden he carried, he lagged behind. His brothers met a sick rabbit with no fur and callously recommended a cure which made the rabbit's condition 10 times worse. Presently, Okuri Nushi met the unfortunate rabbit, who told him how crocodiles had peeled off all his skin off and and of the trick the brothers had played. Okuni Nushi sympathized with the rabbit and gave him the correct cure, which healed him completely. The rabbit told Okuni Nushi that the princess would marry him, not his brothers. At about the same time, Yagami Hajime was telling her suitors, I will not accept your offers. I will choose Okuni Nushi as my wedded husband. Okuni Nushi's brothers were angry and plotted to kill him when they came to a mountain in the province of Forki. They told him to catch a red boar, which they would drive down to him. But when they rolled down a red hot rock which resembled a boar, Okuninushi caught it and was burned to death. His mother, lamenting, went up to heaven and pleaded with Karmi Mursulbi Nor Karmi, one of the separate heavenly deities who sent messengers to restore Okuninushi to life. Seeing Okuninushi resurrected, his brothers took him out into the mountains and crushed him to death under a large tree. Once more, his body was found by his loving mother, and he was restored to life. His mother then suggested that he visit Susanoo in the land of Yormi. Okoninushi went to Susanoo's palace, where the great deity's daughter, Princess Susiri Birne, came out to greet him. They looked at each other adoringly and made love. Susanoo decided to test Okurinoshi's courage and wisdom. First, he put the visitor in a chamber infested with snakes, and the next night he put him in a chamber infested with centipedes and bees. With the princess's help, Okurinoshi came out unharmed. He was then ordered to bring back an arrow which Susanoo shot humming into a plane. But when he went to retrieve it, Susanoo set fire to the grass. Okuninushi was saved by a mouse, which showed him how to escape, and also brought him the arrow. When he returned with it, Susanoo was satisfied and went to sleep. Okuninushi tied strands of Susanoo's hair to the ceiling, blocked the door of the chamber with a huge rock, and fled with the princess on his back. Susanoo woke up but was delayed by having to unfasten his hair. He chased the fleeing pair to the border between Yodomi and this world, where he called after Okuninushi, telling him to pursue and subdue his brothers. Become Okuninushi no Mikoto, the great earth chief, and make my beloved daughter your chief wife. Okuninushi duly subdued his brothers and made Suseri Berne his chief wife. Yagami Harine was one of his other wives, of whom he had many, and he had many descendants. Let me show you those images on that next page. Let me show you those. Those are pretty cool. Check this out. what I'm doing is taking notes because I switched gears and I'm in the process of solution coming about. So I'm paying attention to certain things because I'm going to change things. And you can find some really interesting words, because the words spoken and included can change reality. Your spirit says, "Oh, that's what you're trying to do? Yeah, I remember doing that before." Without the correct words, ain't going to be able to pick up the next leg of the journey. There's a word called Nebuchadnezzar in ancient Egyptian, and it translates into the Lord of the world. That would be, aka the master of the world, the one who can always figure out a solution no matter what's going on. So, if you're the master of the world, then you can always provide a better outcome for tomorrow. Every single day can get better than it was before. The Nebuchadnezzar could correctly guide the world. Essentially, anyways, in Japanese, they have their own word. It's called the Great Earth Chief. Ancient Japanese, Okuni Nushi Normi Koto. The Great Earth Chief, exact same meaning as Nebuchadnezzar in ancient Egyptian. Like that's, to me, that's cool. That's finding harmony in understanding and ways of life, man. The ancients knew about it, lived it. Every we think we smart because what we invented. Ha ha ha. That only got half. That only got us half the distance, man. This is my other cup. Talks about this dude going in. What's his name? Okuni Nushi. And he goes into this chamber essentially overnight. He's got all sorts of things to essentially kill him and hurt him, make him in pain or whatever the case. And the dude comes out being stung by a bee, bitten by a centipede or cat, whatever the centipedes or other junk they got, and the dude comes out unscathed. How could one be in a situation like that? Like, what was his name with the lions? Remember, he went into the pit of the lions and he came out like the lions were like, yeah, we don't want to eat him. We might be hungry and all, but nope, not doing that. It's because of the signature that comes off of a person. It's the vibration of that peace, of that inner peace that comes off of them. And that's why that persists. Is because the other animals to insects, every other life is going to pick up your vibration. So to know thyself and to truly connect in that, truly give you a solid path forward, be able to allow you to overcome it. Like his mom, what, she resurrects him, sends him back, boom, there you go, everything's good, got you, go. And then they kill him again. She's like, damn, well, I'll send you back again. We'll make it different this time, and we'll make it this time. She kept doing it till it works. That's the divine. To me, shit, the divine, oh, we gonna figure out a plan for all that. It's gonna go down just swimmingly. Don't you worry about a thing. We good. So the next portion of his story is I'm interested in it. According to the Azumo myth, Sokuni Nushi ruled the earth before the sun goddess Amaterasu dispossessed him and sent her grandson to replace him. The Tenshin Korin, the story of how the grandson of heaven came to govern the earth, is one of the most important episodes in Japanese mythology because it justified the supremacy of the imperial house, descended from Amaterasu. Amaterasu commanded Ashihara no Misuho no Kurni, is the land to be ruled by my child Orshihor Nirmi. Wow. Arshish, Arshih, Arshi, yep. Ashihara no Mizuho no Kuni is the original name for Japan. Wow. Arshihara no Mizuho no Kuni. Arshihara no Mizuho no Kuni. Arshihara no Mizuho no Kuni. That's freaking cool. But it was reported that unruly earth deities were rampant in the land, which was in uproar. Several expeditions were sent to subdue the land to no avail. But when the two sons of Okorni Nushi were quelled, the great earth chief himself surrendered his land on condition that he was to be worshipped in his shrine in Izumo and that his children were to be looked after properly. Amaterasu again commanded Oshir Mirimi to rule the land, but he suggested that his newborn son Nirnigir should take his place. Amaterasu agreed and sent her grandson to earth, giving him some ears of rice from a sacred rice field, so that he would grow rice on earth and worship the heavenly deities. She also gave him the mirror and the beads which had been used to lure her out of the heavenly cave, and the sword named Kusunangi no Torsorgi, which Susano had taken from the eight-tailed dragon. She told him to regard the mirror as her spirit and worship it. The mirror, the beads, and the sword became the three great emblems of imperial power in Japan. Nyamingi came down to earth accompanied by a number of heavenly deities on the peak of Mount Takatiho in Kyushu. The god of the mountain offered him a choice between his two daughters, Irwanagar Harime, Princess Enduring Rock, who was ugly, and Konohana Sakuria Hayame, Princess Blossoms, who was surpassingly beautiful. Natalie chose the beautiful younger daughter, but he should have accepted the elder as well, to give him a long and enduring life, like a rock as well as a life, flourishing like blossoms. This was the cause of the relatively short lives of successive emperors. Konohana Sakuria promptly told Nyarangigar that she was with child and would soon be delivered. Nyarangigar could not believe that he had made her pregnant in one night and suspected that it must be the child of some earthly deity. Konohana Sakuria entered a palace with no doors, to which she set fire at the moment of her delivery, but she gave birth safely to three perfect children, which proved her faithfulness and their legitimacy. Two of these children were Urmisar Shihiko, who was a fisherman, and Yamasar Shihiko, the younger brother, who was a hunter. They decided to exchange occupations, but Yamasashi was unable to catch any fish and lost the fish hook in the sea into the bargain. Umisashi said that the tools of one's trade should remain in one's own hands and that the magic powers which bring success are not transferable. Yamasashi smashed his sword and made 1,000 fish hooks out of it, but Umisashi would not accept them and continued to demand the return of his own original fish hook. Yamasashi went to consult the god of the sea, and Toyotaruma Harime, the sea god's daughter, saw him and made love to him. The god liked Yamasashi and gave him Toyotaruma after 3 years with him. Yamasashi remembered the purpose of his visit and asked the sea god's help. The god summoned all the fish in the sea, and the missing hook was found in one of the fish, which had swallowed it. Yamasashi returned to his brother with the hook, but Omasashi still would not forgive him. At this, Yamasashi used the magic jewel which the sea god had given him and caused his brother such anguish and suffering that he later promised to serve him as his guard day and night. Toyotarma now came from the sea and told Yamasashi that she was about to bear his child, and that it would be improper to give birth to it in the ocean because it was the child of a heavenly deity. She also said that she would revert to her original form to give birth and that Yamasashi was not to look at her. Thinking this strange, Yamasashi secretly watched and saw her turn into a giant crocodile, crawling and slithering about as she gave birth to a boy. When she learned what her husband had done, she was ashamed and fled into the sea, leaving the boy behind. The child later married his aunt, Tamayori Hajime, by whom he had 4 children. One of them was the legendary first emperor of Japan, Emperor Shiramo. This marked the end of the age of the gods and the beginning of historical times. Characteristics of Japanese mythology is that it's highly political and nationalistic because it's based on the mythology of the imperial court into which local myths were incorporated. It is often said to lack tragic strength, for peaceful compromise is generally its solution to violent conflicts and confrontations. The Takamagahara myths concentrate on Amaterasu, the sun goddess, and include the story of her conflict with Susanoo, her hiding in the cave, and the tension Korin. Broadly, they reflect a hunting culture with elements of sun worship. The Azurmo myths, dealing with Susanoo's exploits on Earth, and the adventures of Okumi Nushi, reflect a farming culture concentrating on rain rather than the sun, with the worship of gods of the earth and under it. Besides elements which are purely Japanese, elements stemming from China, Mongolia, Korea, and the southern Pacific have entered the mythology. The myth of the separate heavenly deities, for example, is based on Chinese ideas. The story of Izanagi and Izanami giving birth to the land and the gods is the true Japanese creation myth. For Japanese mythology is primarily concerned with the ancestors and the origin of the Japanese nation rather than with which abstract matters as the origin of the world. Yep. And we have that to share. I think it's amazing how many things in the world, some places have been able to stay pure to the past. Some places, some individuals have been able to really know what their source of their tribe, their people was. And many stories, even in our own places of where we've lived our whole life, has been miscued with other ideas, bringing in other stories. I mean, when I really learned this when I got into medieval history, when I started getting into it and reading the stories and getting into all of that technical, I started seeing how the stories were really just reflecting the social order of life, um, more the different aspects of the court, and I mean a lot of those writers were writing stories entertain the king or nobles or something like this, so those stories were a bit given into that direction. That's why I like to go back to the older stories. I like the as old as I can find them because that's where we're going to find the truth without something getting slated. Everything it seems everybody wants to change stuff. They want it to be the way they want to see it, and a lot of times, I mean, that's good as far as if that's the truth, if that's reality, helping other people see that truth and reality. But a lot of people try to make us see their version of the world, and that changes our own direction. Let's read it. I want to read it. I want to read it. I want to share it. This is what I'm interested in learning and doing, and that's the direction I'm headed in. From early times in Japan, mythology was used to serve the political aims of the ruling class, which compiled, altered, and added to the traditional myths to support its position. After the Second World War, things changed. On January 1st of 1946, the emperor formally denied that he was a god and pointed out that his ties with his people did not depend on myths. Shinto ceased to be the state religion, and it became possible to present Japanese mythology in a less political way and perhaps in a way closer to its original spirit. The main body of mythology is contained in two of the oldest Japanese books still in existence, the Korjiki, the record of ancient matters, and the Nihon Shoki, or Nihongi, the Chronicles of Japan, completed in AD 712 and 720 respectively. Together, they are often called the Kiki. Both these compilations were started some 50 years earlier on the instructions of the Emperor Tenmu, who, de- who deplored the mistakes and falsehoods which had crept into the genealogical and historical records of the imperial family and other leading families of the time. The imperial house needed official records to justify its political power and its claimed descent from Amaterasu, the sun goddess. In addition, Japan was well on its way to absorbing the traditions and institutions of China, and an official history was needed which could demonstrate that Japan was a great and ancient nation as China is. Earlier attempts had been made to compile histories which contained many myths and legends handed down by oral tradition by priests and influential families, and recited by professional storytellers, the Katarabe. Village elders similarly handed down stories about local deities, ancestors, and heroes, and accounts of the origin of religious festivals and other human and natural phenomena. Many of these myths were later recorded in the Furdorki, the topographical works, the Norito, the liturgical prayers, and the Korgoshuri, the ancestral history of the Ehrenberg, a great priestly clan officially in charge of the Shinto religion. The principal aspects of myths come from three different geological regions: the Takamagahara or Yamato myths, the Izumo myths, and the Himukar or Surkushir myths. The three cycles were merged into one in the Kigi, and an effort was made to present them coherently in historical order. Inevitably, the attempt was not always successful, and there are some confusions, discrepancies, and gaps. The Japanese translation of God is Karmi, but Karmi cannot always be translated into other languages as God or deity. Kami meant anything that was awe inspiring and was believed to possess supernatural power or beauty. Mountains, rivers, trees, rocks, caves, animals, and human beings could all be venerated as Kami, and the result is the multitude of gods, spirits, and objects of reverence in the spiritual history of Japan. This brings us to the Izanagi and Izanami. At first, according to the Rikiki, heaven and earth were not separated, and the world was a chaotic mass, shaped like an egg, but with no defined limits. The pure and clearer part became heaven, and the heavier and grosser part, which took longer to settle down, became the earth. At this stage, the land floated about like a fish sporting on the surface of the primeval ocean. The first three deities came into being, starting with the center of heaven deity who reflects the old Chinese concept of heaven, Tian, which influenced Japanese cosmology and is thought to have been the origin of the Japanese word for emperor, Terno. The next two deities represent the creative energy or generative potency, or even the creative evolution which gave birth to all things. This triad of highly abstract concepts was followed by a fourth deity in the form of a reed shoot, symbolizing the birth of all things from a reed like substance in the primeval ocean of mud. Reed here is a symbol of life shooting up into existence. Then came a fifth deity who stands for the establishment of Takamargahara, or heaven. These five high beings are the separate heavenly deities who, for some now unknown reason, are separated from the other gods and put in a special category. They are all celestial gods, as distinct from the next group, who are regarded as earthly gods. In the next period, 12 more deities appeared, the last two of whom were a brother sister pair, Izanagi and Izanarmi. The heavenly deities commanded Izanargi and Izanarmi to complete and consolidate the creation of land and gave them the heavenly jeweled spear. The two stood on heavenly floating bridge, explained as the rainbow, the Milky Way, or a boat or raft. Thrust the spear down and stirred the ocean with a churning sound. When they lifted the spear again, the brine dripped down from its tip and coagulated into an island. Izanagi and Izanarmi descended from the heavens to this island and erected a heavenly pillar and a spacious palace. Then they discovered that they were on different sexes, and they circled round the heavenly pillar, the male going to the left and the female to the right, in order to consummate their marriage when they met. Unfortunately, in her delight and excitement, Izanami spoke first when they met and said, "Oh, what a beautiful and amiable youth!" This angered Izanagi, and the consequence was the procreation of two children who were in some way defective and whom their parents repudiated. The young couple went back to heaven to seek advice from the heavenly deities, who decided that the fault lay in this female's having spoken first. Izanagi and Izanarmi returned to the island and once again circled round the pillar. This time Izanagi spoke first when they met and praised his young wife, receiving praise from her in return. The restored right order in courtship made it possible for them to produce numerous offspring, and from this marriage were born Oriashirma Gurni, the great eight island land, an ancient name for Japan, and the smaller islands of the Japanese archipelago. I gotta write that one down. See, finding multiple names, man. I got it right here. Where'd you go? There you go. After burying the land, the two bore numerous deities, but when Izanami gave birth to the god of fire, Kagortoshi no Karmi, Kagor, Kagorsoshi no Karmi, her genitals were burned so badly that she soon passed away to Yomi no Korni, the underworld, and the land of the dead. As Anaraki, weeping and lamenting, buried his beloved wife on Mount Hiriba on the border of Azurmo province. He then drew a long sword and cut off the head of the child who had caused her death. Out of the blood and body of the fire god, many more deities came into being. After this, Izanagi made an unsuccessful attempt to recover Izanami from the land of Yormi. The grief-stricken Izanagi followed her to Yormi and asked her to return to the land of the living. The goddess replied, "Oh, my beloved husband, why do you come so late? I have already eaten of the cooking furnace of Yormi, and I have become the person of Yormi. Nevertheless, I shall discuss the matter with the gods of Yormi. Meanwhile, pray do not look upon me breaking this taboo." As Ananaki took his many-toothed comb, broke off its end tooth, and made a torch of it, and looked at her. Maggots were squirming and roaring in the corpse of his wife, and eight thunder deities or snakes had taken possession of different parts of her body. Shocked and afraid, Izanagi said, "I have come unawares to a hideous and polluted land. He turned and fled. His enraged and humiliated wife said, "He has shamed me." She sent the ugly hags of Yomi to pursue and stop him, but Izanagi managed to escape and had reached the entrance to Yomi when Izanami herself came in pursuit of him. Seeing this, he blocked the entrance with a huge rock, and the two deities stood face to face and pronounced the formula of divorce. Then his anatomy said, "I will each day strangle 1,000 people of your country." Undaunted by the curse, his anatomy answered, "In that case, I will each day cause 1,500 to be born." This was the cause of the population increase in Japan. Returning to this world, as Anargi went to Arwargehara at the river mouth of Surkurshi Koryu Kurshu Kyushu, where he purified himself from the pollution of the underworld. As he stripped off his clothes, 12 deities were born, and when he was purifying himself in the water, 10 more were born. Amaterasu, the sun goddess and ancestress of the imperial family, was born from the water when Izanagi washed his left eye. Sorko the moon god, from his right eye, and Susanoo, the storm god, from his nose. Izanagi was overjoyed with these three noble children and gave his necklace to Amaterasu, ordering her to govern heaven. He ordered Surkuryormi to govern the realm of the night and Susanoo to govern the sea. Amaterasu and Surkuryormi obeyed, but Susanoo wept and howled, fuming with rage to such an extent that he caused the mountain to wither and the rivers and seas to dry up. The noises of malevolent deities were heard everywhere, like summer flies, and catastrophes of all kinds occurred. When Izanagi asked his son for an explanation, Susanoo replied, "I wish to follow my mother to the land of Yormi." This infuriated Izanagi, and he expelled Susanoo to the underworld. Susanoo asked to be allowed to ascend to heaven to visit his sister Amaterasu before going down to the underworld forever. Permission was given, and Susanoo went up to heaven. But because of his fierce nature, there was a commotion in the sea, and the hills and mountains groaned aloud. Amaterasu was greatly alarmed and deeply suspicious of her violent brother. She armed herself and challenged him to battle. Susanoo tried to explain that he had no evil intentions, but Amaterasu demanded proof. Susanoo suggested that they should swear oaths to prove which of them was in the right. The method of doing so was for each of them to produce children, and if males were born to Susanoo, he would have proved his good intentions and purity of heart. They stood opposite each day, and the heavenly river between them, and swore their oaths. Then they exchanged regalia, Amaterasu taking Susanoo's long sword, Susanoo taking his sister's beads. The sun goddess took the first turn. She broke the sword into three parts, chewed them, and spat them out. In the misty spray there came into being three female deities. Susanoo did the same with the beads, and from the misty spray were born five male deities. In this way, Susanoo won the contest, proved his innocence, and was permitted to remain in heaven. Susanoo now grew conceited over his triumph, and his conduct was exceedingly violent. He broke down the ridges between the rice paddies of Amaterasu's heavenly fields and covered up the ditches. When Amaterasu was about to celebrate the feast of first fruits, Susanoo voided excrement in the new palace. Amaterasu was surprisingly tolerant of her brother's misbehavior until he committed his worst offense. Seeing Amaterasu in the sacred weaving hall where a heavenly maiden worked at the divine garments, Susanoo flayed a piebald colt of heaven and breaking a hole in the roof of the hall, flung it in. Frightened at this extraordinary sight, the maiden struck her genitals against the shuttle and was instantly killed. Amaterasu was so angry that she shut herself up in the heavenly cave. Heaven and earth were plunged in darkness. Contest constant night reigned. The cries of the myriad deities were heard everywhere, and calamities of all kinds ensued. The 800 myriads of gods who lived on the plain of high heaven met on the bank of the heavenly river to discuss the best way of appeasing the sun goddess. Omorgarne no Garne, the god of wisdom, was called upon to think of a way out. Trees were uprooted and placed in front of the cave, decorated with a mirror made by a renowned smith. Strings of beads and offerings of cloth. The goddess Almenorzurme started to dance on an upturned bucket, exposing her breasts and genitals in ecstasy. The whole heaven shook as the 800 myriads of gods laughed and applauded. Overcome by curiosity, Amaterasu opened a crack in the cave door and asked why they were so happy. Amanozurme replied that it was because they had obtained a new deity superior to Amaterasu herself. Other gods brought out the mirror and showed it to the sun goddess, who saw herself in it without knowing. Gradually she came out of the cave and approached the mirror, at which Tarjir Karanurmikorto, the strong-armed god, a deification of physical strength, took her hand and pulled her out. Another god put a rope barricade between her and the cave, and the heaven and the earth became light again. The 800 myriad deities deliberated together and put the whole blame on Sassarno. They imposed a heavy fine on him, cut off his beard and the nails of his hands and feet. As a final forfeit, they expelled him from heaven. Exploring the creation stories of other cultures, of other people, is very sacred and very important because it's completely different than something that we've normally been approached with. It's something completely foreign to us. I mean, we go to a movie theater, we go to a show. In life, looking online, we're looking for something new and different all the time. And to me, the greatest truths, the greatest stories are the old stories. People like to create their own versions of things. But I've got to apply that spiritual lens the way that I apply it. Everybody has their own view to apply, their own view to see things. And those views, they open up options in life. That's what I found. To know thyself exists within all life, all the way around. Other people hold their stories dear as others hold theirs close. And I like to appreciate with each one in their own what they believe in. It's kind of interesting because growing up, my natural bloodline history wasn't like really shared with me. I was taught how to work and be productive so the world can keep going the way they want it to go. I didn't learn about my ancestors. That's not where I started. I had to pick up those details along the way. But that's our very past that we've lived. You know, it's kind of funny because I saw this video yesterday and I saw this dude. He was talking about, he was like, I'm gonna say in my own words, but he totally shot it out there like I got it. At first I scrolled by, but I went back up. I listened to him, and it's actually a pretty darn good idea. It's like the Bible's like, from dust you are, to dust you return. Like man was made from dust, right? From dirt, right? That's what the human body was made from. That's what we're told. But our bodies contain. Now the Duke gave a different percentage, and it can vary. But everybody definitely, if you're alive and kicking, you definitely at least got 70% of your body is water. It should at least, at the lowest, be 73%. But so I'll stick it with this. Yeah, everybody's at least. You might be a little. You could be more. You could be a little bit more. Whatever, depending. But everybody is the majority water. So why do we claim to be from land when the majority of our physical body is made from water? Dude was pretty insightful in my opinion. I was like, damn, I ain't caught that one yet. I liked it. It was great. That was great. That was not an original from me. Someone else popped that one out there. Got a few different books here. It's a short story. Look, if you've got a tarot reading from me within the past like 10 days, I'm not interested in doing a tarot reading or oracle reading for you. Um, just I'm not interested in doing it back to 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 back for safety. I mean, if you got some new interesting thinking, Carter came up, he's like, yo, I got some stuff going down. Let's pull some cards on that. It's all right. It's okay. The way that flew out. But is there anybody who wants an oracle or tarot reading? Ribbit. All right. What made me choose my face paint, and what does it mean? Daihiru, horse. Um, but essentially, I'm legally blind in my left eye, so everything's blurry. Don't see things too clearly. I can see peripheral just fine, but not much else. And like it's just blurry. And so I primarily just look out of my right eye. And in my spiritual life, learning about the I, the symbol, it actually has a lot of different meanings combined. It's a magical formula, and so it gives sight to the divine so that they can see what they need to see. And that's why in life I don't exactly follow what people think I don't know. People have different interests and goals, but I'm looking with divine sight. Like they're the ones looking and guiding my direction of life. And I've learned how to live with this. Like, I've learned how to interact with this in a multitude of ways. And at first, I just did it for my left eye. And then at particular junctures, I was inclined to do it for both eyes. But at first, I was not comfortable doing it, but I was inclined. My intuition led me into it. So that's what I did, and it became a regular thing. And I had a tiger come to me in astral vision one night, and I saw this tiger like they were there. They were literally like it was like as much as you and me. I'll get the cards and pull them for you. Um, right after I get done answering that, rip it. Um, and so in my connection with the tiger over time, I just kind of formed up into the way that it is, and that's what I've been drooping for a while at this point. If you weren't awake, you're awake now. That's for sure. James. Ooh. You're someone special with it. Let's do it. Let's do a couple of readings for you. Your soul has been around since the August ones. The August beings are spoken of, and it's very hard to find this information. It's difficult to find this information. Though the August beings were the first ones who landed on this planet, surprisingly enough. Alright, rip it. Oh no, nothing broke at all. We all good on that end. Haha, we Will Gaming Live. This is why I go live every single day, live at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time every single day, and we're sharing that. All right, I got some information to share with you, bro. Ribbit. Perhaps we will go into some stories, into life story or whatnot here. Okay. So there's a short explanation and then there's a long explanation, Ribbit. Success through hard work, zealousness, energetic action, initiative, courage, leadership, and entrepreneurship. Maintain awareness of the principles of just treatment with others. It is the source of the divine assistance of the overcoming of the obstructions in your way. I'm going to read that again because this is the solution to any obstruction in your way. Anything getting in your way, rip it. Here's the answer. Maintain awareness of the principle of just treatment with others. and you're going to overcome any and every obstacle in your way. You have courage manifesting as the lack of fear of bodily harm. You're energetic, prudent, magnanimous, forceful, enterprising, constructive, muscularly skillful, zealous, and passionate. You're delighted and motivated by situations involving challenges or hard and dangerous, but relatively short work. When you're around, I'm going to mention some traits, but these traits are not your traits. These traits um, can throw you off your game, can throw you off your success. Stuck in quarrels, being quarrelsome, um, being destructive, being violent, truly in forcefulness, excessive or irritable, excessively passionate. So just be aware of those traits in other people, because those are things, again, the way to get past all of that is just treatment with others. You know what they've brought forth, you know what's proper, make that correct call in life. The mental traits here is analysis, gaining insight into things by separating them or their parts through abstract analogies. This corresponds as far as careers, as far as life career goes. Soldiers, fighters, warriors, executioners, butchers, slaughterers, hunters, people employed in dangerous undertakings, firemen, athletes, mechanics, surgeons, analytical theoreticians, criminal lawyers, prosecutors, policemen, shrewd and driven business executives all fall into this category here. You'd have the interest, you connect with individuals of that sort. The spiritual portfolio for yourself is justice, detachment, courage, and external obstructions, being able to overcome those external obstructions. Now, the spiritual functioning here is, let's remember that underlying all actions is the urge to succeed, which depends on following divine law. That's following our heart and what we know what we should do. And our protection from all external obstructions is the domain of Herukuti. But all such obstructions are the external projections of the obstructed condition of our life force caused by our breaking the laws of our heart in our dealings with others. By putting our identity off from our person and placing it firmly in ourself, the indwelling intelligence, we find the strength to be just with others in all situations. Thus, we receive protection from the Supreme Being. It also gives us the courage to sacrifice our lives for the well being of others. And the failure to detach our identity from our person will compromise our sense of justice and our ability to grow spiritually. These are some key phrases. By setting to work through hard, energetic effort, through zeal, drive, enterprise, initiative, through rashness, hot headedness, arrogance, or impatience, anger, or violence, or brutality, this being guided by one sense of power over others or the situation, the urge to move forward, to advance by being just, fair, or courageous, being confident or overconfident. And the spirit counsel here is that in this reading, ensure that your zealous, courageous forward drive is being guided by wise counsel, a good plan, knowledge of the law of your heart, and is being directed by a will, by your will, which is a decision that has not been influenced by desire or emotion. How can I make a decision that is not based on desire or emotion? Everything I've been guided in life, everything I've been doing for my whole life, how can I make a decision not based on desire or emotion? Because the law of my heart has determined the best course of action to help the most amount of people. Sometimes that means not being there. By being not there, maybe things get a whole lot better. Whatever the situation may be, for the correct plan of action, to go forth with your heart and to follow that out, that is your will. And by doing that, you will have success in life. You will go very far. Um, and directly, how do I do that? I'm Transmutation of emotion requires expression. You must express the emotion so that you can get it out of yourself. But the expression does not have to impact anybody else. It does not have to be directed to anybody. And it can be done in a safe way to where you got it out of yourself and now boom, you're moving right on and nothing's destroyed. You're all good. Everything's fine. And then when we've moved past feeling that current emotion, when I have a moment of peace in my mind and my heart, let me decide on what I want to do. Because what was causing the emotion or the desire or all of that, that wasn't the correct direction. That was causing a lot of problems. So I see the friction, I see all of that going on and wind up moving another direction. Correct. Yes, letting go of one to save the other. You are correct. And it's in my mind. I come up with like a rescue swimmer, and whatever the proper term, but a rescue swimmer, if they jump in the ocean, and they're saving somebody, depending on you got to make a decision on the fly. I watched one movie. I love the movie. But the dude's trying to save somebody and they're fighting with them and everything, and the dude just knocks them out cold and fucking grabs them and swims on. Shoot, I'll just let them flare their hands everywhere. I'll go save someone else. Most definitely. And I got one last little piece to share with you. Rip it. A serious attitude towards love, art, and social protocols, a sense of duty in love relations, the taking of life seriously yet joyfully, fully enjoying pleasures yet limiting them, relations with other people, a deep and powerful imagination, clairvoyance. I would say whether you're whether you're aware of it or not, you've actually either you're on the path or you have certainly, I believe you've certainly accomplished a lot in your path of life. And you've been on the shamanic path for a while. To pull the cards that I pulled out of the deck, that I pulled them for you, you've been working. You've been doing a lot of shadow work. You've been doing a lot of spiritual work. You want to save people. That's why your question was, how do I save others who can't save themselves? Encouragement, morale boost. When there is a team of individuals, if their morale is low, they're not going to be successful. at whatever the competition is, at whatever the project is, at whatever the end project is, it's going to be crap. The people already know how to do everything themselves. They got their shit together on that one. All we gotta do is motivate and encourage by being our unique selves, by bringing our love. In the past and in the world today, you have a lot of individuals selling a product, selling this, very not personable, impersonable, very distant. Everything's very distant in the world. It's right there for you on your screen, but they're very far away from you to actually connect with those deep connections. By making those deep connections, even in a small amount of time, it can really lift somebody up to say, dang, I'm not the only one here that thinks like that. Woo, ah, I can do this. Someone else is doing it. And that changes the odds. That changes the stats. That changes everything. Because the person, they got a heart. They got a heart to stay with that plan. That's where I found truly helping someone else is going to come down to when we find somebody who's made the progress and can really like appreciate the sacred secrets and all of that, then that's time to share with that individual. But other than that, most people, their minds, they've got a plan already. They've got a destination, even if it's chaos, even if it's making a mistake every time. People, generally speaking, they're trying to go in some direction, whether it's the influence of others or their own something, or people have desires and likes and wants. But to connect with somebody's heart and to build them up as a person, for me, that's where it comes. That's where it comes. Because if that person has a chance of saving themselves, they're gonna do it in a state with a solid heart. If they ain't got a solid heart, they ain't gonna achieve nothing. They're gonna get by with what they've been getting by, and that's acceptable. But they ain't really gonna achieve their dreams otherwise. And Owen's last comment, that's the best. That's a very pretty much was the first thing I wanted to say. That you cannot save anyone who doesn't want to wish, who does not wish to save themselves, and it's some people could say they want to, and they go down that path, and then they're like, yeah, that's too much work. I was happier just doing this thing over here, and yeah, that's everybody's personal choice, and it's like taking somebody somewhere. I don't know. Maybe it's not their to you. It's the funnest thing in the world, and so you take them, and they can't wait to leave. It's not their thing at all. So everybody's for me. Yeah, you can't. It's not really about saving people so much as hearing that intuition, coming to the heart, and allowing that to direct you each day from the start. Because if we follow the heart, then we're going to know. Love believes all things. So I believe reality when I see it. I believe somebody's opposition when they give it to me. They may say, we're having a great time, I want to hang out. But what I get is opposition. What I get is conflict. What I get is not what I'm seeking. So then my heart has to just disengage completely because that person's on their own path. And if I can disengage from them, just like mentioned earlier, by letting go, our eyes, our heart, we can have the free time. We might bumble over to the coffee shop or somewhere else. Boom, the spirit says there's the connection, make it happen. Boom. And that happens. And we can be drawn to the ones who do need our help, who do want some encouragement and do want that morale boost again by being ourselves and being having our time free to be able to find those individuals that we're guided to. This, hearing the screams as you walk away, that's what sucks. Agreed. Did you, this is how I think about it. Did I, did I perform the actions in my life to be screaming? No. When I got the intuition, when I heard somebody's direction, when I knew to improve my life, I did. So that person kicking and screaming, that's their own mess. Ain't my responsibility. I can't change that. That's theirs. I have to separate my being from them. I understand we're connected. I understand there's love and all that going on, but I've matured. I've moved on in life, and if you don't want to get up there, I can't change you. I can set down the best idea forward, the best example, because that's what I've done. I've just followed what I thought was the best thing to do next. If I saw somebody doing something that was better that I thought about than yesterday, then I'm gonna do something better tomorrow because I'm gonna follow what they said. They had a better idea than me, hands down. I did the research. I looked it up. I compared it, thought about it, all of it. So I'm gonna go with what works. And in that, the wheat and the weeds have grown, and we can see who somebody is through their actions, who they're choosing to be. That's who they chose to be. So, definitely doing well, Kirkby. Doing good today. Most stuff. Are you still here, Will? Will was like, I want to hear your backstory, but I think he's gone. See, Ribbit, I will say that we are in a similar. I'm not dealing with screens and stuff like that per se, um, but as far as like being locked away, not being able to get away from that, well, I had 48 hours of, okay, this is really going down. This has really been happening. I haven't been, this is something I've been paying attention to for 7 months, and I have the proof that I need. I have the proof I need. Doubting or trying to look for more proof ain't gonna work. That's gonna put me in the same boat that I'm in because I was in the state of belief and accept everything, and now I know. So now it took me 48 hours. Okay, that's my reality. Let me accept my reality. Okay, I've accepted my reality. Guess what I'm going to do? The same thing I've done in any other past. I'm going to make a plan. That plan's going to have a date on it. And that date, my feet are going to walk. I don't give a fuck. That's what's going to happen. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. So I'm not upset about it anymore. Their life is their life. They can have it for the rest of their life. My life will move on. I have blessings in my life. I'm good. I got a great heart. I work my ass off. I do all sorts of shit. I'll take all that goodness somewhere else. Wherever my body winds up, it'll be there. That's how I can live with it because I know that that time is limited. I ain't sticking around. Done. I don't care what you got. Safety, food, clothing. I don't care. I value my happiness. I value my heart's peace more than comforts or even fucking the secured continuation of tomorrow. I choose peace. I choose love over lies. That's simple. I don't need to. There's not much. There's nothing else to put into the mix of that. I thought about this long ago. I already made my choices before. I worked out up I had the golden situation. I had it all. I had the food and the house and this and that and that and all of it. I had it all. Ooh, ooh, yeah. Do I want this? I can get that. Do I want this? I can get that. Whatever I want, I can work for it. I can go get a little side gig, whatever. Everything's good. I ain't worried about losing my place. I said, fuck it, all that. Screw that shit. I'll hit the road, Jack. I'm done. Ain't put enough. I don't care what the physical benefits are. I know what my spirit is. And if the situation don't fit my spirit, then I don't fit the situation. And it's time for me to on. That's easy enough for me. Each person that can be a hard decision. People are rooted. They want to stay where they are. They, no hope for tomorrow. I'm gonna walk off and die tomorrow. Ooh ah ooh ah. Fuck that. I don't care. My peace is happier. My last breath is going to be in a state of peace or happiness. I don't care. Pro call on that. Yep. There's this one father. He said to his daughter, she was in a room with her dad. Her dad loved clocks. And clocks everywhere. Ding dong, ding dong, gong gong, gong gong, you know, clocks just everywhere. And a little girl, she's getting irritated with the clock. She's like, Dad, with the clock, can we just, the clock's just too much. And he comes down real calm, kneels forward, leans forward. So right now you hear these clocks, and they seem irritating to you. But there's going to be a moment when you're not in this room anymore. You're not going to hear them. You're not going to be around it. This isn't an everyday room for you. You don't come in this room every day. This isn't your life here. It's temporary. When I have the biggest problem in my mental and emotional life within is when I think I'm dealing with something to the last day of my life. I gotta deal with this problem forever indefinitely. No, no, I don't. No, actually, I do not. I choose not to. I choose not to mess with stupid. Stupid comes in many flavors and sizes and shapes and all sorts of characters. I don't follow stupid. I don't follow stupid. I learned from my mama real good. It's how good life can taste. Know thyself. That is the theme for today. Know thyself. If you know thyself, Your path is clear for you at every moment. If you do not know thyself, then you're going to constantly be trying to follow other things, people, organizations, and ideas. I've found that there is a divine structure of life that exists beyond man's control. And truly, when you walk the spiritual route, when you go down that path, the shamanic path, life opens up doors that you never thought possible. I read and I saw one thing, I saw one video, and it talked about it was a gentleman. He was homeless. He was just traveling around, and he wanted to go somewhere in particular, but he wasn't able to. So he went into this restaurant, a fast food restaurant, and it happens to be the owner that he's talking to. The owner winds up letting him pitch his tent behind the fast food place. They give him food to eat. Dude, or he buys food or whatever the case. Dude comes out, gives him some money that works there, and then proceeds to tell him. He says, "Well, I'm going down this way, but I gotta drive it, but I gotta come back. So maybe I'll pick you up on my way back, and just take you to your final destination where you're headed." And the dude's like, "I can't believe it. And dude was shocked and amazed about himself. People were like, "Man, I want to see the update. I want to see where the story goes. Keep us updated." Miracles are possible, but if we stay in one place and we never leave that one place, while it can be good on other strands of the hermit mode and really kind of get into be in touch with and know thyself, at another strand of things, when it becomes too much to bear in that one place, it's time to go. It's I've been saying this every single day, but love is long suffering, not forever suffering. Nowhere does it say love suffers forever. That's not in it. That's not in there. It just says long suffering. How long? That's up to you. Because if it was the other person, they would not have waited one single second of suffering. They would have bit back with their raw, me now, you did wrong, I gotta win. Our reading's been going as they go. Smooth enough. Smooth enough. It's nice to know where you want to go in life. That's for sure. The Dancing Jug, a Costa Rican ghost story by Lupe de Osma. Once upon a time there lived in a village up in the mountains a man possessed by a terrible sin. He loved money better than anything else in the world. He had more pesos than he could count, but more than he had, more he wanted, and he spent his days grasping and pinching every penny he could. And as soon as he had a bag full of pesos, he would exchange them for coins of pure gold. These he would put into a big clay jug, the kind some good wives used to carry their water from the spring. And his nights he spent sitting by the light of a candle with the golden coins piled up on a table in front of him, enraptured by their gleam and clinking clank sound as they slipped one by one through his fingers. Ah, what a feast, what music, he thought. But because of his passion, he was yellow and pinched, like a dried up stick of wood ready for the stove. At long last there came a day when the jug was so full of coins that it could hold no more. How his face shone with pleasure, and how he laughed, skipped, and danced for joy. But now a problem arose for him. Where should he hide his gold? Because now he could not rest by day or sleep by night for fear someone might steal his treasure. He thought, and thought for a long time he did. And then one evening, when the moon was not too bright, he went out into the field behind his house, looking around at every step to see that no one was watching. There, under a mango tree which stood by itself, he dug a hole and buried his jug, brimful of gold, marking the secret spot with a flat rock. Now, with his mind at ease, he went home, rubbing his hands and feeling very happy. Well, this was all very fine for the yellow and pinched miser as long as he had his health. But one day he took a chill. His condition grew steadily worse, and in 3 more days his thrifty life came to an end. And what of the gold? It remained buried under the mango tree, for he had told no one of it. But now something new came up. Shortly after the miser's funeral, there appeared one evening a curious light. A neighbor who was returning home late, it must have been midnight or thereabouts, chanced to take the path across the field where the mango tree was. Suddenly he let out a shriek and ran in terror, barefoot though he was, over brambles and pebbles. When he got home, he tumbled through the door almost in a swoon and deathly pale. Everyone in the house jumped out of bed, asking what was the matter, and when he found his tongue, he told them how he had seen a strange greenish blue ball of light drifting around the mango tree, and how he had stopped to look at it and heard a frightful cry. In these small places, news travels fast, and in no time the word went around that the dead miser walked as a ghost. Needless to say, from the day forward, no one would go near the path after darkness fell. Days and months passed, and when 7 years had gone by, the story of the light was forgotten. And now, in that vicinity, a little way from the miser's house, there lived a poor lad who was called Thomas. He was as different from the penny pinching miser as day is from night. This poor lad earned his living by doing errands round about the village. It was very little he earned, however, and he barely managed to keep himself alive. Now, one evening, when Thomas was walking home, he took the path which led through the field behind the miser's house. It was close upon midnight, and there was no moon, but the night was clear and the stars were bright and looked very near. By his light, Thomas could see enough to follow his way and even trace faintly the outlines of some nearby roofs. But since it was so late, all the houses were dark. There was no flickering of candles, no thin light of kerosene lamps to be seen through the open windows anywhere. Everyone in the village was in bed and asleep. Only from far up in the hills where some merry folk were celebrating. There came trailing down through the air the music or of a marimba, and it mingled with the lonely call of a night bird. Presently, and without the slightest warning, there appeared along the path ahead of Thomas a greenish blue ball of light. It came slowly, steadily drifting. Dear me, gasped Thomas, that's no right light. He stood in awe, wondering what would happen next. The light continued to drift till it was almost in front of him. In panic, Thomas struggled to set one foot before the other, but it was no use. His feet stood still as if nailed to the ground, and to make matters still more distressing, when he tried to cry for help, his lips would not open and his tongue cleaved to the roof of his mouth. Well, there he stood in a panic with his arms hanging at his sides, helpless, waiting for some dreadful apparition to pounce and knock the very life out of him. And as he stood thus, wishing he were home and safe, suddenly he heard a pitiful sigh, like the sigh of a person in pain. That was the end, Thomas thought. He fell to his knees in terror and closed his eyes, determined to see no more. But now his voice came back to him. To his surprise, and half swooning, he managed to beg for mercy. Heavens, what are you? He gasped. What troubles you? Oh, keep away, and don't harm a poor lad that never did you hurt. Upon this, the ghost heaved another pitiful sigh. I am allowed to speak, said the voice of the ghost, only to him who speaks first to me. Then the ghost went on to tell how he would not be able to rest till he found someone willing to talk with him and dig up his pot of gold. Thomas could not keep his eyes closed any longer. So strong was his desire to see as well as hear everything. He opened one eye and then the other and looked into the darkness. He saw nothing but the ball of light, though later, when he told the story, he swore he saw a white shadow floating above the greenish ball. Finding that the light had no harm in it, he lost his terror and even ventured to offer his help so that the poor soul might hasten to its rest. Then come with me and I'll show you a big jug full of gold, said the ghost. Well, Thomas found his courage again. He arose from his knees, felt for his machete, it was always by his side, and followed the ghost with the steps so that the light at his feet hardly touched the ground. So would have thought you that they drifted like the ghost itself. When they reached the mango tree, the ghost stopped and said, dig under this rock here, and the jug full of gold is yours. Thomas fell to digging furiously with his knife, and 3 feet down he found the jug, and it was a true service, said the ghost. Adios, goodbye. Now I can go to my rest. Adios, answered Thomas. God speed you, poor soul. But he was too busy admiring his jug to notice the ghostly light drifting up into the darkness. Away it went, and no one has ever seen it again to this day. Thomas mopped the sweat from his brow and set to work to bring the jug out. But now something unexpected happened. Just as he stretched his arms to lift it out, the clay jug gave 3 hops and bounded out of the hole all by itself, and as nimbly as you please. It bobbed up and down and from side to side, right before his eyes. Poor Thomas stood wonder-struck, his mouth agape, and the jug kept on dancing around him as if amused by his bewilderment. Gracious! A jug that dances? That isn't at all as it should be, he gasped. This is an ugly business, I can see, he added, for he suddenly remembered that there was talk around the village of pixies having been seen in that field. Aha! I think the pixies are in it, and I shall soon know for certain. And that was exactly what ailed the jug. It was bewitched. But Thomas knew a good remedy for pixies. He had learned it from his grandmother. Quickly he took his jacket off and turned it wrong side out. The dancing jug began to hop away as if it understood what Thomas was about. Not so fast, my pretty, shouted Thomas. He was not going to let his gold run away from him like that. In a twinkling he made the sign of a cross, and just as quickly he slung the jacket over the jug. No sooner was this done than the jug stopped dancing and stood as still as clay jug should. The power of the pixies was broken, and without one bit of dread Thomas picked it up and carried it off home at top speed. When he arrived, he sat the jug upon the table and stretched himself out of his woven straw mat, marveling at all the strange things he had heard and seen, and wondering if perchance he were dreaming. And while turning over the thoughts in his mind, he fell asleep. Next morning, a ray of sunshine lighted up his tiny room. Thomas awoke with a jump and dashed to the table. Yes, there stood the clay jug, brimful with gold. Have no doubt, as true and real as the jasmine vine winding around his window. It's pretty good. I thought it was going to end at a certain point. I was like, well, that's the ending, and then, like, no, that wasn't the ending. It just kept going on further. Oh, good stories. Got some good plot twists. Just like any good old life lived. I love you, Owen. I love you, James. I love you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Uh, Owen, dude, if I gotta give you a hug. Give you a hug. Uh, thank you, Owen. Thank you. Oh, most definitely, James, all the way around. Owen, you got a suggestion for a reading? Yeah. Throw a suggestion out there, bro. I can always bring some stuff up. I got quite a few things. Oh, that was nice. Oh God, that was nice. Mm. This is a book I've had for a while. I haven't read all the stories in it, but it is called Arrow. Arrow Book of Spooky Stories. It's got one of them old book smells. Some great stuff there. Ooh. Oh, hey, this one goes three Chinese. We got some Chinese ghost stories or Japanese stuff earlier. That's cool. French Canadian ghost story. Are all of these different stories from different places in the world? Is that what this is? Not that one. That one just says by Joseph. Yeah, we read that one. I'm curious where these are from. Well, that one didn't have a place. That one was by Elizabeth Maria. So they're not all from different places. This one's from New England, a New England ghost story. That's cool. A Spanish ghost story. We read that one about watermelons before. Oh shit, to keep in the theme of today, I'm gonna go with. Well, I might not read all three of them, but I want to read one of these Chinese ghost stories. It's only like a couple pages in totality, like I don't know, 3 pages maybe. I won't read it. A Shiver of Ghosts. Three Chinese ghost stories by Cyril Birch. Ghosts have been encountered in all kinds of ways, some of them the most matter of fact imaginable. There was Song Ting Po, for instance, who met a ghost in the early hours of the morning when he was walking to market. When he asked it who it was, it replied, I'm a ghost. Song Ting Po was a stout young man and not given to panicking. And so when the ghost in turn asked who he was, he replied, I'm a ghost too. Where are you going? Asked the ghost. To market, answered Song. So am I, said the ghost, and they walked on together for a mile or so. Then the ghost began to complain that their progress was too slow and suggested that they take turns carrying each other in piggyback style. And it was agreed that Song Ting Po should have the first ride. But when it had carried him a few paces, the ghost said, How heavy you are! You're much too heavy to be a ghost. Well, you see, Song explained, I haven't been a ghost very long, and my body hasn't had time to lighten yet. This seemed to satisfy the ghost. Soon came its turn to ride, and Sung found there was no weight to the ghost at all, so they continued, carrying and being carried in turn. Eventually, Sung Ding Po remarked, Being very new ghost, I don't know much about it yet. What is it that we ghosts are most afraid of? There is only one thing a ghost has to fear, came the reply, and that is to have a living man spit at one. They came to a stream which they decided to wade across separately. The ghost crossed first, making no sound in the water. But when Sung Ting Ho tried, he made a tremendous splashing, which revived the ghost's suspicions. Why do you make such a noise? He asked sharply. It's as I say, I really have very little idea of how to move about as yet, said Sung. We new ghosts have so much to learn. Dawn was breaking as they entered the marketplace. The ghost was on Song Tingpo's back at this point, but as it tried to get down, Song gripped it tight. It squealed and yelled, but he wouldn't let it go. Grasping it firmly by the arms, he brought it to the ground, but the ghost had seen the various animals waiting in the marketplace to be sold. As it touched the ground, it changed into a sheep, no doubt with the idea of running away and losing itself in the pens nearby. Remembering what he had learned, Sung Ting Bo spat at the sheep so that it would not be able to resume its ghost shape. Then he led it firmly by the neck up to the butcher, who gave him 1,500 cash for the sheep without a second hesitation. This is probably the only case on record of the sale of a ghost for 1,500 cash. That's my kind of dude. Sung Ding Po is my kind of dude. That's nice. Oh, that's nice. That's a difference in ghost stories from one part of the world to another part of the world. Hey man, there's a way to cash out. It doesn't have to come from a living person, it could come from a specter. Ooh. You never know. You know, there's a lot of buried treasure out in this world, and they still have not found. They're very aware it's out there, and they still have not found it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Another ghost catcher Lo Talin went about his task in rather a different way. Lo was a peddler, not at all quick-witted like Sung Ding Po, but tall and swarthy and immensely strong. He had shoulders as strong as a horse. In fact, once when a friend's horse went lame, he lifted it up in his own two arms and carried it back to his stable. He was a rough fellow and none too modest. He used to boast that he feared neither man nor devil. Only one thing he regretted, and that was that he was a poor man. He would dearly have loved to take a wife, but he had no money to buy presents and pay for the wedding. One day he was complaining to his friends in his usual surly way that a peddler's job was no better than punishment, and that he would do down to the grave without a string of cash to his name. They began to grow impatient with him, and at last one of them burst out. You're always grumbling how little you earn, and always boasting how brave and fearless you are. You say you fear neither man nor devil. Well, then, would you be afraid of a ghost? Lo Lin roared with laughter. I'd like to see a ghost with a back as broad as mine, he sneered. Then there's one way you could earn yourself a fortune, said his friend. And who's going to give me this fortune? Asked Lo. Old Moneybags Wong, if you'll ride the Willow Lodge of whatever it is that haunts it, his friend replied. The others gasped at the boldness of this suggestion. It was true old Wong would give a lot of money to be able to live in the Willow Lodge again. It was a fine mansion, set in the grove of gracious willows. Wong had bought it cheap after it had stood derelict for years. He had renovated it and moved in with his family. But the next morning, two of his servants were dead, mysteriously, unaccountably dead. Wang moved straight back to his old house and advertised that the Willow Lodge was to let. Three tenants in turn had taken the mansion, and each was found dead in the morning after he had moved in. Lo Tali knew all this, but his eyes glinted at the thought of the reward old Moneybags might give to whomever would rid him of his ghost. He went straight round to Wang's house to put the proposition to him. Wang's servant tried to turn away his coarse fellow who came bursting in on their master, but when Lo Tarlin flexed his huge muscles, they ceased to try very hard. Wang received Lo's offer with delight. There will be 100 strings of cash for you if you rid the Willow Lodge of this ghost, he promised. Lo's eyes gleamed brighter than ever. And I've a nice little house by the marketplace, Wong added. I'll give you that for your bride. Lo was overjoyed. Then slowly a suspicion began to form in his mind. How do I know that you'll keep your word? He asked. Wong laughed. Very well, then, we'll make a contract. And he ordered his servants to bring paper, brush, and ink, and made out an agreement as follows. In return for the service of clearing the Willow Lodge of whatever ghost, spirit, or demon is at present haunting the said mansion, I, Wong Kisin Hyung, do hereby undertake to give to Lo Talin 100 strings of cash together with one house in Mule Alley off the marketplace. Wong signed the document and passed it to Lo Talin. Lo could no more read it than fly, but he stared at it, wagging his head from side to side in pretense, then stubbed his great thumb on the ink slab and made his mark right in the center of the paper. That very evening Lo made his preparations. They were very simple. They consisted of buying a number of large candles, a pound of garlic, and a few pints of wine. He ground the garlic, mixed it into the wine, and drunk till he was just a little fuddled. Then he lit one of the candles, drew back the bolts on the outer gate of the Willow Lodge, and entered. A large crowd had accompanied him as far as the grove of willows. A sigh went up as they saw him enter the gate. Then one man said, I know Lo Talim's plan all right. He'll wait till we've all gone, then he'll come sneaking out of the gate again. He'll hide in the grove here all night and then sneak back in when morning comes. Then when we come and find him there, he'll cook up some tale of chasing off a whole army of ghosts at midnight. In that case, said another, perhaps we should make sure he doesn't get out till morning. And he bolted the gate again from the outside. Lo Taline heard the bolts crash behind him and grunted. The light of his candle, for there was no light from the sky, made a circle round him in the courtyard. The inner gate was overgrown in creepers and brambles, which Lo had to tear away. Inside the mansion, dust lay thick in every room. It flew up as he moved, choking him, and spiders' webs clung to his face at every stop. It was a place of horror, but at last Lo Tarlin, no, nothing daunted, came to a room where there was no dust, no spiders' webs, and yet the room did not look lived in. Only there was a bed against one wall, complete with bed curtains and sheets, no doubt left by the last tenant. Lo Tarlin sat on the bed, snuffed out his candle, and waited. He did not lie down. He did not close his eyes. He sat very still and waited. In the darkest and stillest hour of the night, the ghost came. There was a mighty crashing outside the room. The door was flung open, and the ghost rushed in. It ran round and round inside the room. Lo could only barely make it out in the gloom, for it seemed to be dressed in dark clothes, and its face and hands were no lighter than its garments. Straining his eyes, Lo waited until the ghost was near his bed. Then he sprang out full in its path and seized both its arms in his vice-like grip. The ghost struggled to free itself, but to no avail. Its arms were pinned to its sides, and it could do nothing. Man and ghost stood face to face. Then the ghost began to blow in Lo Talin's face. Its breath was ice cold, fearfully cold. Lo turned his head away, but the ghost's breath continued to blow on his neck, which soon began to ache intolerably. It was just as though a knife were being driven into it. Finally, Lo could bear it no longer. With a great effort, he twisted his head back to face the ghost and began to blow in his turn. Now Lo's own breath was flavored with a good pound of garlic, and a ghost is no more capable than anyone else of standing unmoved while a pound of garlic is breathed into its face. The ghost turned its head away, and every time it tried to straighten up, it met the nauseating stink of garlic. Lo kept it up until he ran out of breath. The ghost now seized its chance and blew again into Lo's face. So the strange still battle raged between them, first one and then the other, blowing on his adversary. The long night drew painfully to its end. From somewhere in the world outside, the first cock crowed. This was the moment Lo Tarlin had been waiting for. As the cock crowed, he grasped the ghost's arms even tighter than before, anxious lest it should disappear. But the ghost did not vanish. Instead, it began to shrink. There in Lo's arms, it shrank and shrank. To his surprise, Lo felt the ghost's body growing harder and harder in his grasp. At the crack of dawn, Lo Talin's friends had gathered in the willow grove. Now, in the morning light, they drew back the bolts and entered the mansion. Through the rank gardens and the dust choked rooms they advanced, filled with the dread of what they might find. Their relief knew no bounds when they saw Lo at last, standing unharmed in the middle of the room. In his arms, he was clutching a plank of wood. As they entered, he let it go, and it clattered to the floor. They examined it curiously. It was a plank of wood from an old coffin. There is your ghost, said Lo. Burn it, and have done. They took the plank out and burned it. It gave off so foul a smell as it burned that no one could go near it. Old Moneybags long lost no time in honoring his promise to Lo of 100 strings of cash and a house, and Lo Taline lost no time in finding himself a wife and setting down with her in Mule Alley. But every time the wind blew, for the rest of his life, he suffered pains from his stiff neck, which he never was able to cure. This brings us to the third story. The third one seems shorter than the rest. Let's cover that one. It's three stories really kind of blowing together. The important thing is not to be afraid of the ghosts one meets. An instance is the case of a man named Sao, who once visited a friend in Yangzhou. It was the height of summer, and Sao was greatly taken with his friend's cool, airy library. "What a pleasant place this is," he remarked. "I wonder if I might be permitted to have my bed made here by the window." "You are most welcome to use my modest library during the day," said his host, "but I am afraid I cannot allow this room to be used for sleeping." He was reluctant to give any reason for this, but Sao at last obliged him to explain. "My library, I am sorry to say, is haunted." "Haunted?" exclaimed Sao. "By what?" "By the ghost of a maidservant who hanged herself from that beam many years ago," and his host pointed upwards. But Thao's desire to sleep in the library was only enhanced by this fascinating news. His host yielded, and a bed was made by the window. That night Zhao read until late. Hardly had he put down his book and turned in that the ghost duly appeared. Zhao was lying with his eyes directed toward the door. Through the slit between the door and the jamb a shape appeared, no thicker than a sheet of paper. Before Zhao's delighted eyes it spread out into the form of a girl. She moved to the center of the room and struck out her tongue at him. But it was no ordinary gesture of rudeness. Her head jerked, her mouth opened, and the tongue came rolling down in the manner of one who has been hanged. "That is an interesting trick," said Sao. "Please do it again." Seeing that she had failed to scare him, the ghost paused for a moment. She took off her head and put it on the library table. "Since I am not afraid of you with your head on," and Sao said Sao calmly, "why should I fear you with it off?" The ghost had obviously exhausted her bag of tricks and disappeared. The next morning, Sao told his host all that had happened. His host smiled a little uneasily and begged him to remove his bed from the library. But Sao pleaded all the more urgently to remain there. That night at midnight, the ghost appeared again as before, but as soon as she had taken shape in the middle of the room, she saw that it was the same man lying there. The ghost spat on the floor and said in disgust, "Oh, it's that stubborn fellow again," and promptly disappeared. Two of them got some decent rewards, and the third one, so yeah, ain't scaring me much. And go stop bothering. Don't that come all the way back around the way people are too? I found people and ghosts very much kind of same individual, because that soul is the same one occupying their heart with their eyes open and their mouth moving. And when all I do is feel vibrations or energy, well, just don't have a body. There are realities in this world that other people have been known for thousands of years. And just because there's a group of people in one area who never studied no information on that, don't make it invalid. Ain't gonna scare me away from chasing what I love. People got opinions, and I'm reminded of my connection, my divine connection every day of my life, by the peace that the Divine Mother can bring into my heart, can guide every ounce of my life to exactly what I desire. And you can do the same. You have the power and the ability to do the same. You can spend your time trying to help somebody else. You can spend your time fighting with somebody else. Or you could spend your time living your journey, living your life. Enjoy your life. Enjoy your life. Enjoy today. I hope you have a beautiful day, a blessed day, whoever you are and wherever you are. To one and all, I hope you have many blessings today and to keep coming your way because that's what's going to create a beautiful world for all of us. For all of us. Yeah, Owen, man. Yeah, energy's good. Energy. And totally shifted from what I was past 48 hours or so. Complete shift, complete. I did what I needed to, and boom, boom, that works out solid. So I'm happy. I'm happy in knowing where my feet will be going. I could care less what anybody else wants of my life. Last time I checked, my mom died, my father disowned me, and every family member I ever had said they wanted nothing to do with me. So my life is my own, 100 through and through. And that should be same for you. Your life is yours. I had somebody come up to me and they said, I got the family, I got the kids, I got the house, I got all this. How do I get into the spiritual stuff like you're into? How do I go down that path? I said, dude, I told him straight up, here's how you do if you want to. I said, but if I had all that, I would have never went down this path. I would have been satisfied with my mother, my daughters, and my wife. I would have been satisfied with that much. But all that, one way or another, my mother, my daughters, they're dead. Their souls came to me. They speak to me. Their spirit lives. Their flesh is gone. They waiting for me on the other side. I love when somebody of a heart of goodness. I love when the underdog wins. And that's what I send blessings to every day. That's why I'm here. That's why I broadcast. That's why I do what I do. Other than that, what do I got? A connection with my heart to where I never feel alone no matter where I am. And that's major. That's major. You can have that too. To truly not feel alone. To truly feel like you're like life is going to be provided for one way or another. Divine Mother and Divine Father, they got my best interests in heart. They're gonna guide me everywhere I need to go. Past irritants, they ain't there because they're limited. Their time is limited in my life now, so I don't care. I'm happy. Truly love for what do I love? I love my mother. I love my two daughters. I love the Divine Father. I love the Divine Mother. Do you know the word worship? It means intense love. To intensely love something. When my mom was alive, I was Jehovah's Witness. We were Jehovah's Witnesses back then, not anymore, obviously. My mom, she had brain cancer. She had cancer in her stomach line, and it started there and traveled afterwards. And I said, you know what? It was Mother's Day. The holiday was coming around. I said, I want to celebrate Mother's Day. But back then, I was in that religion, so I can't celebrate holidays. They don't do that. So I said, you know what? I'll turn every single day into Mother's Day. I'll honor my mom and I'll love her. I'll appreciate her every single day she's here. And every day can be super special. Every day. Even the bad days, I'll do my best to work through that and communicate so they don't happen. That's how we make them good days, and so that they don't repeat. We learn why they happen, and then we don't repeat what we learned of what caused it to happen. And when she passed on, if anything, I was just at peace. I got I was just at peace. I knew she wasn't in any pain. She wasn't in any emotional pain or mental pain or anything like that no more. But in the Bible, when I was a little kid, I remember reading the words that God is love. So Divine Father is love. Not that he speaks love, not that he like can be love. He is love. Through and through is love. That's number one. If there's a reality that breaks that, then it's wrong. So I just and everybody in my life at the age of 5 in the whole world was saying, you be anything you want to be. And you can. You can be anything you want to be. So I decided to be love. Because I figured if I took every single day and I chased after love, not just love for a person, but real love. I really sought after it throughout my life, then I'd have the inkling of an idea of what it would be like to make contact with the divine. And that's what it truly does require is becoming love. What do I love? Life. Without life, none of this would exist. You wouldn't be here. The technologies wouldn't be here. Nothing would exist. I love life. It's it's amazing the losses that we wind up surviving and making my mother a part of my life, making my daughters a part of my life. People don't understand why I'm into certain things. I think I need to do that today. I need to paint my nails. Because if my daughters were around, guess what? They'd be painting my nails. That'd be happening. So I'll make sure I paint my nails as if they were around. I got toys. I got my little kid stuff. I'm connected to that guy right there. I got little toys as if they were around. Spirits are very real. It's consciousness that's connected with us. I choose to do those things because that's what brings me happiness. That's what brings me joy. I see the truth. They're still very much living. Not in any way, not physically, but their soul lives on, their heart exists. Whatever happens in your life, no matter what throws you off of living your one vibrational energy, you can come right back to that. This world's going to seek to throw you off, but you are who you are, and that is always going to exist. Know thyself. So I could get to know you too. If you want to reach out to me, my email is cetra@yahoo.com. Much love, many blessings. We'll chat with you tomorrow live at 5 a.m. Eastern time, and that's -4 GMT, I believe. I think I need to double check that -4 GMT. But, anyways, until we see you next time, Donna De Kauai, much love and many blessings.